Jai Shri Mataji. Srimad Devi Bhagavath. If you want to know who Adi Shakti is, read Devi Bhagavath, said by Her Holiness Shri Mataji Nirmala Devi. Sankalpam. Mama Atmanaha Sahajayogi Kutumbanam Atmonnati Prityartham Moksha Prapti Prityartham Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devyai Pujanam Karishe. The holy recital of Srimad Devi Bhagavath. Chapter 12, Episode 1, Devi Kavach. Narad asked, Swamin, you are the Guru of the earth and well versed in the Vedas and 64 techniques. Prabhu, it has always been my desire to know how, after cleansing the gross body of all impurities and effects of sin, one can attain Brahmaroop, that is divine state. Please tell me the techniques and mantras. I wish to hear this. Bhagwan Narayan says, for this, there is Devi Kavach. Our Guru is the Great Mother. All her Shakti and Yogini aspects are available for her children. By reciting Devi Kavach, we mobilize these powers to purify and enlighten our koshas, that is, our mental, emotional and physical bodies. Thus, by the power of Guru Mata, the Atma becomes the Guru of the body. While reciting this Kavach, one must put one's attention on the aspect or part of the body which is protected. One may also utter the corresponding mantra. Example, Om Tvameva Sakshat Shri Chandi Namo Namaha. This Kavach has to be chanted aloud. It washes away all catches and impurities and bathes one in divine vibrations, Chaitanya. May the wisdom and compassion of our Sadguru flow through us and reach the four quarters of the earth. In the name of Sri Adi Shakti, the merciful, the compassionate, the protection of Sri Chandi. Salutations to Sri Ganesha. Salutations to Sri Saraswati. Salutations to Sri Guru. Salutations to the deity worshipped in the family, that is, Sri Adi Shakti Nirmala Devi. Let there be no obstacle. Salutations to Narayan. Salutations to Naranarottam, that is Sri Vishnu. Salutations to Goddess Saraswati. Salutations to Vedavyasa, the all-knowing. Now begins the Kavach of the Devi. The presiding sage for Sri Chandi Kavach is Brahma. The meter is Anushtup. The presiding deity is Chamunda. Main seed is Anganya Sokta Matar. The principal is Digbandha Devata. Obeisance to Chandika. Thus spoke Markandeya. Amen. O Brahmadeva, please tell me that which is very secret and has not been told to anyone, to anybody else, and which protects all human beings in this world. Brahmadeva said, Brahmin, there is Devi Kavach, which is most secret and is most useful to all beings. Please listen to that, O great sage. The following 9 names have been told by the great soul Brahmadeva himself. Durga is known by these names. Shailaputri, daughter of the king of the Himalayas. Brahmacharini, the one who observes the state of celibacy. Chandraghanta, one who bears the moon around her neck. Kushmanda, whose void contains the universe. Skandamata, the one who gave birth to Kartikeya. Katyayani, who incarnated to help the Devas. Kalaratri, who is ever the destroyer of Kali, that is the dark night of dissolution akin to apocalypse. Mahagauri, one who made great penances. Siddhidatri, one who grants moksha. Those who are frightened, having been surrounded by enemies on the battlefield, or are burning in fire or being at an impassable place, would face no calamity and would never have grief, sorrow, fear or evil if they surrender to Durga. Those who remember you with great devotion indeed have prosperity. Undoubtedly, O Goddess of the gods, you protect those who remember you. The goddess Chamunda sits on a corpse, Varahi rides on a buffalo, Aindri is mounted on an elephant, and Vaishnavi on a condor. Maheshwari is riding on a bull. The vehicle of Kaumari is the peacock. Lakshmi, the beloved of Sri Vishnu, is seated in a lotus and is also holding a lotus in her hand. The goddess Ishwari of white complexion is riding on a bull, and Brahmi, who is bedecked with all ornaments, is seated on a swan. All the mothers are endowed with yoga and are adorned with different ornaments and jewels. All the goddesses are mounted in chariots and very angry. They are wielding conch, discus, mace, plough, club, javelin, axe, noose, barbed dart, trident, bow and arrows. These goddesses are wielding their weapons for destroying the bodies of demons, for the protection of their devotees, and for the benefit of the gods. Salutations to you, O Goddess of very dreadful appearance, of frightening valour and of tremendous strength and energy, the destroyer of the worst fears. O Devi, it is difficult to have even a glance at you. You increase the fears of your enemies. Please come to my rescue. May Goddess Aindri protect me from the east, Agni Devata, Goddess of fire, from the southeast, Varahi, Shakti of Vishnu in the form of the boar, from the south, Khadgadarini, that is wielder of the sword, from the southwest, Varuni, Shakti of Varun, the rain god, from the west, and Mrigavahini, whose vehicle is the deer, may protect me from the northwest. The goddess Kaumari, Shakti of Kumar, that is Kartikeya, protect me from the north, and goddess Shuladharini from the northeast, Brahmani, the Shakti of Brahma, from above, and Vaishnavi, Shakti of Vishnu, from below, protect me. Thus, Goddess Chamunda, who sits on a corpse, protects me from all the 10 directions. May Goddess Jaya protect me from the front and Vijaya from the rear, Ajita from the left and Aparajita from the right. Goddess Dyotini may protect the top knot, and Uma may sit on my head and protect it. May I be protected by Maladhari on the forehead, Yashaswini on the eyebrows, Trinetra between the eyebrows, Yamaghanta on the nose, Shankini on both the eyes, Dwaravasini on the ears. May Kalika protect my cheeks, and Shankari the roots of the ears. May I be protected by Sugandha, nose, Charchika, lip, Amritkala, lower lip, Saraswati, tongue, Kaumari, teeth, Chandika, throat, Chitraghanta, sound box, Mahamaya, crown of the head, Kamakshi, chin, Sarvamangala, speech, Bhadrakali, neck, Dhanurdhari, back. May Nilagriva protect the outer part of my throat and Nalakubari, the windpipe. May Khadgini protect my shoulders and Vajradharini protect my arms. May Devi Dandini protect both my hands, Ambika fingers, Shuleshwari my nails, and may Kuleshwari protect my belly. May I be protected by Mahadevi, breast, Shuladharini, abdomen, Lalita Devi, heart, Kamini, navel, Guhyeshwari, hidden parts, Putana Kamika, reproductive organs, Mahishavahini, rectum. May Goddess Bhagawati protect my waist, Vindhyavasini, knees, and the wish-fulfilling Mahabala may protect my hips. May Narasimhi protect my ankles. May Taijasi protect my feet. May Shri protect my toes. May Talavasini protect the soles of my feet. May Danshtakarali protect my nails. Urdhvakeshini, hair. Kauberi, pores. Vagishwari, skin. May Goddess Parvati protect blood, marrow of the bones, fat and bone. Goddess Kalaratri, intestines. Mukuteshwari, bile and liver. May Padmavati protect the chakras, Chudamani, phlegm for lungs, Jwalamukhi, luster of the nails, and Abhedya, all the joints. Brahmani, semen, Chhatreshwari, the shadow of my body, Dharmadharini, ego, superego and intellect, Buddhi, Vajrahasta, Pran, Apan, Vyan, Udan, Saman, 5 vital breaths, Kalyana Shobhana, Pranas, that is life force. May Yogini protect the sense organs, that is the faculties of tasting, seeing, smelling, hearing and touching. May Narayani protect Sattva, Raja and Tamogunas. Varahi, the life, Vaishnavi, Dharma, Lakshmi, success and fame, Chakrini, wealth and knowledge, Indrani, relatives, Chandika, cattle, Mahalakshmi, children and Bhairavi, spouse. Supata may protect my journey and Kshemakari my way. Mahalakshmi may protect me in the king's courts and Vijaya everywhere. O Goddess Jayanti, any place that has not been mentioned in the Kavach and has thus remained unprotected may be protected by you. One should invariably cover oneself with this Kavacha by reading wherever one goes and should not walk even a step without it if one desires auspiciousness. Then one is successful everywhere and all one's desires are fulfilled and that person enjoys great prosperity on the earth. The person who covers himself with Kavach becomes fearless, is never defeated in the battle, and becomes worthy of being worshipped in the 3 worlds. One who reads with faith every day thrice, morning, afternoon and evening, the Kavacha of the Devi, which is inaccessible even to the gods, receives the divine arts, is undefeated in the 3 worlds, lives for 100 years, and is free from accidental death. All diseases like boils, scars, etc. are finished. Movable, scorpions and snakes, and immovable, other poisons cannot affect him. All those who cast magical spells by mantras or yantras on others for evil purposes, all bhoots, goblins, malevolent beings moving on the earth and in the sky, all those who mesmerize others, all female goblins, all yakshas and gandharvas are destroyed just by the sight of a person having Kavach in his heart. That person receives more and more respect and prowess. On the earth, he rises in prosperity and fame by reading the Kavacha and SAPTASHATI. His progeny would live as long as the earth is rich with mountains and forests. By the grace of Mahamaya, he would attain the highest place that is inaccessible even to the gods, and is eternally blissful in the company of Lord Shiva. Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devyai Namo Namaha. Jai Shrimati Ji. Speaking on the Kavach, Shrimati Ji says, "So, we have made it short now. Just take a bandhan. It is the same thing as Kavacha you see. Realized souls, if they take a bandhan, is the same thing. Whatever you have said here is done. Yesterday's and today's, everything that has been said, all these Rakshakari is done in one stroke. But now, we should know how many of us take bandhan before going from the house, before sleeping, or before doing something very important. How many people take bandhan? Very seldom. You forget it. Very important, going on a journey, going on a road, better take a bandhan. Not that we are alright. Mother is looking after us is not the point. You must take a bandhan before doing all these things. If you get an accident, then know that you have done some mistakes or something. Otherwise, normally there should be not an accident. Means there is something still lacking in you." Speaking again on the Kavach, Shrimati Ji says, "Which was promised long back by Markandeya, now you have achieved it. This he had promised 14,000 years back, that when Mahamaya will come, she will do this work, that it will happen. We must realize that we are getting all the promises fulfilled for us. Now, we have also certain promises to be made, and we have to ask a question. Have we fulfilled our destiny in life or not? This is a question we should ask, and we should not roam about in smaller petty things. Think of a bigger vision about yourself. State of detachment also with attitudes. Supposing there is a turmoil with all kinds of problems going on, but you are not. You are like a knot at the wheel point, but you are the axis. Like giving a bandhan to yourself. This was not so much explained when it was written, as they were not Sahaj Yogis. Sahaj Yoga has a problem that those who have not done any Devi Puja, Kavacha, anything, worshipping, may not be religious people, may not have worshipped anything else, or may not have done namaz, prayers and things like that. Such people also have come to Sahaj Yoga. People who did not believe in God have come to Sahaj Yoga. All kinds of people are here. Now, those who have done all these things with a pure heart, not just to sort of say something, a lip service. They achieve their realization and they don't catch so much. Otherwise, those who have not done all these things, for them, it is important that they should know that they have to become completely detached. So what happens is, they go to the axis and come out. So somebody who is a bhakta of the Devi is wrong. You catch very easily. But in Sahaj Yoga, we have done one thing. We have very few people of that kind, of that quality. Today you can say very few. I think hardly any. Most of them have gone into this circle of the axis. So, in Sahaj Yoga, what we do, we first build a top by which you are in the present, and then you build up your past. First the top. That is why you have to go on clearing out your foundations, your conditionings, your this thing, that thing. Supposing there is somebody like Markandeya, no problem. That is why you have to go on cleansing yourself. There was no way out, you see. How can you go waiting for people to clean their chakras one by one and to get them to that position and then give them realization? Best thing was to give them realization and let them look after themselves, and then you start feeling it yourself. If I am catching this chakra, I am catching that chakra, this is happening, then you start cleansing yourself. Much easier for me and much easier for you also. Then you start getting detached, but sometimes we also catch from other people. That is important. For in my case, I have allowed my body to be very free. I do not protect myself at all. So any Sahaj Yogi comes to me, has some problem, I just absorb it and cleanse it. I have to suffer a little bit, doesn't matter, because I see my suffering also as a witness. Not such a problem. But this is what one has to see, is to understand, to reach such a state that you become barometric. If you find any problems, then you are barometric. You know this is the problem with this person. But you do not sort of catch it and suffer, but you catch it and deliberately suffer it and clear it. But in Sahaj Yoga also, once you get your self-realization, one can get involved into the past again, because the past is not so pleasant. Even it looks something harmless, like doing puja. Now puja also people do, just puja of mind, forgetting that I am there. When you sing also, you are singing praises of me and I am sitting before you. Doesn't happen that way. You just sing because it is music. There should be a feeling that you are sitting before me and singing my praise. So, identification is still there that you are singing praises to Devi. Devi is who? That bridge has to be crossed. If you see me and then you penetrate through me, then it is better. Such a big catch on the mind. Religion itself is a big catch. Like, Jains are very difficult because their conditioning is very deep. Like Arya Samaj, conditioning is very deep. Also Buddhist, they believe in Nirakara, but they don't believe in God. One should see this way. We don't know Buddha and we don't know Muhammad. We never saw him. We don't know Mahavira. We don't know anyone. Who gave me realization? Srimataji. So we have to know that through Srimataji only. Anybody we have to know through Mother, not Sahaj Yoga. Now, if you go other way round, then you do not work out and then it goes back to past. That is the problem. It oscillates from this side to that side. That side to this side oscillates mind. Make it steady and one has to know what is the present, who is before you, who has given you realization. The problem is this. One more is that I am Mahamaya. Only the Mahamaya will give you that which is written down already. Now, when Mahamaya gives you that, I am so human that I can recede, you cannot make me out. Every time you try to come nearer to reality, you just get into the web of Mahamaya. I am so inhuman. This is a problem with you, but is also a solution. Like supposing I was like any one of these goddesses that you have heard of, all the time with a sword. Nobody will go near them. Sitting on a lion, sitting on a tiger, who will go near them? Who will ask questions? Who will explain? I have to counsel you. I have to do so many things. I have to tell you how. I have to point out your problems. These, none of them would do. They just take a... Srimataji laughs. No joking, nothing. No entertainment. So it is like a great guru. See, a musician for example, if he sees his disciples putting one note in a wrong way, he just slaps them. But Mahamaya can't do that. Otherwise, nothing is tolerated. They are intolerable to gods and goddesses. All of them, they are within me. I know they are there. I control them because I am Mahamaya. So I control them. I say now, see, it will all work out. Both ways. But I am so close, and the closer I am, worse it is for you. For example, my own children won't accept me. Grandchildren won't accept me very fast. My husband won't accept me. My relations won't accept me. If they accept me in full form, then they are very, very great people. In a way, it is good also, because supposing you see the whole family is with me, they will think, I have floated an organization or something. So this looks nice, that they are kept out as long as possible. It is not difficult. I think that the time has come for all of them to jump. But still now I have established myself. You all know that I do not favor relations as such. All these books have talked about Sahaj Yoga. But we must bring all religions in their true form, in their pure form. This is the work one has to do, is to bring the religions in their purest form and not to adhere to them, whatever form has been created or done by human beings. These religions are not created by human beings, but by incarnations. So human beings have made them artificial. They have made all kinds of nonsense with them. We have to remember that religion in its true form and pure form. We have to respect that they are all just the same. If you come to the true form, they are just the same, like the different petals of a flower. One may not look the same as the other, but the whole thing makes a flower. Chapter 12, Episode 2, SAPTASHATI, 9 Nights of Worship. There are 15 phases of the moon, and the 16th one is the complete moon. As revealed by Her Holiness Srimataji Nirmala Devi, there are also the 16 phases or the powers of Sri Krishna. 15 phases are the 15 steps of consciousness at the human level, and the 16th is the eternal witness. All the chakras have 2 phases, left and right. 7 into 2 is 14. 15 is the Spirit, and 16 is the Absolute God Almighty. This is the phase which is not achieved by human beings so far. When we come into Sahaj Yoga, our ascent begins. In the first and the second phase of evolution, matter was created. At this point, Sri Adi Shakti separated from Sri Sadashiva, and she created Lord Ganesha to bless her creation with innocence and auspiciousness. Hence, the first prayer to the goddess is addressed to Sri Ganesha in the first night of the 9 phases of the moon in the period of worship called Navaratri or 9 nights of worship. Lord Ganesha's power removes all obstacles and also purifies us for undertaking the prayers to the goddess. The blessings of the moon, which is also on the left side, also arises from the same source. This is the stage of Mooladhara Chakra in us. 9 nights of worship. First day, that is Pratipada of Navratri. First day was observed as the day of silence, it being the day of Sri Ganesha. Sri Ganesha is worshipped this day. Second day, Devi Suktam. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Vishnumayeti Shabdita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who in all beings is called Vishnumaya, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Chetanityaabhidiyate Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who in all beings is consciousness, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Buddhirupena Samstitha Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in all beings as intelligence, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Nidrarupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of sleep, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Kshudharupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of hunger, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Chayarupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of reflection, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Shaktirupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of power, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Trushnarupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of thirst, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Shantirupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of forgiveness, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Jatirupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of genes, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Lajjarupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of modesty, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Shantirupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of peace, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Shraddharupena Sanstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of faith, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Kantirupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of luster, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Lakshmi Rupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of good fortune, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Vrittirupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of activity, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Smritirupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of memory, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Dayarupena Sanstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of compassion, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Tushtirupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of contentment, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Matrurupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of mother, salutations to her again and again. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Bhrantirupena Samstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. To the Devi who abides in the form of illusion, salutations to her again and again. Indriyanam adhishtatri bhutanam chakileshu ya bhuteshu satatam tasyai vyapti devyai namo namaha. Chitirupena ya kritsnam metadvyapyastita jagat Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devyai Namo Namaha. In the second night, Dvitiya, we offer puja to the different manifestations of the Supreme Goddess. Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu. All these aspects of the Devi also manifest in the qualities of the different chakras. This is the time to cross Nabhi and Swadhisthana chakras. During the third and fourth nights, that is Tritiya and Chaturthi, we feel totally secure and blissful in the power of Sri Adi Shakti's love, and we worship her with deep gratitude in our heart. This then is the crossing of the heart chakra. In the fifth night, that is Panchami, we pray to the goddess for our ascent and the destruction of the negative forces weighing us down. When the spirit sings in joy to praise the Devi, we cross the Vishuddhi chakra. The hymns of Argala. Of these Argala hymns, Sri Vishnu is the Rishi, that is sage. Anushtup is meter. Mahalakshmi is the deity, and it is recited for the love of Sri Jagadamba as part of SAPTASHATI. O Goddess Jayanti, who wins everyone, Mangala, who gives salvation, Kali, Bhadrakali, who is benevolent to devotees, Kapalini, Durga, Kshama, who tolerates everyone, Shiva, Dhatri, Swaha, and Swada. Salutations to you. Victory be to you, O Devi Chamunda, killer of Chanda and Munda. Victory be to you, O remover of miseries of all living beings. Victory be to you, O Devi, who is present everywhere. Salutations to you, O Kalaratri, the last night. Salutations to you, O Devi, the killer of the demon Madhu and Kaitaba, and the bestower of boons on Sri Brahmadeva. Please give us the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. Salutations to you, O Devi, the killer of Mahishasura and giver of happiness to your devotees. Please give us the spiritual personality, the victory, and the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Devi, the killer of Raktabija and destroyer of demons Chanda and Munda, please give us the spiritual personality, the victory, and the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Devi, the killer of demons Shumbha, Nishumbha, and Dhumaraksha, please give us the spiritual personality, the victory, and the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Devi, whose lotus feet are worshipped by the gods and who gives good fortune, please give us the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Devi, whose form and character are beyond mind and who destroys all the enemies, please give us the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Devi Chandika, the destroyer of sufferings, please give those who always humble before you in devotion the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Devi Chandika, the destroyer of all diseases, please give to the devotees who praise you with devotion the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Devi Chandika, please give those who always worship you with devotion in this world the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy their enemies. O Devi, please give us good fortune, health, complete happiness, spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Devi, please destroy those who hate your devotees. Give me strength, the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Devi, please confer upon us the benevolence, great wealth, the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Devi Ambika, your lotus feet are rubbed by the gems of the crowns worn by gods and demons. please bestow upon us the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Devi, please make your devotees knowledgeable, glorified, and wealthy, and give us the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Devi, destroyer of the ego of ferocious demons, O Chandike, please give us the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Parameshwari, the supreme goddess having 4 arms, and who is praised by the 4-faced one, Brahmadeva, please give us the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Devi Ambika, who is ever praised with all devotion by Sri Krishna, please give us the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Parameshwari, the supreme goddess, who is praised by the husband of the daughter of the Himalayas, Sri Shiva, please give us the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Parameshwari, who is worshipped with true feelings by the husband of Indrani, that is Indra, please give us the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Devi, the destroyer of pride of demons by your strong arms, please give us the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Devi Ambika, you enlighten the supreme joy, Moksha, of your devotees. Please give us the spiritual personality, the victory, the glory, and destroy our enemies. O Devi, please give me the wife who is pleasing to mine, who goes according to the mine, that is obedient, and who can cross the most difficult of worldly ocean, and who comes from a good family. Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devye Namo Namaha. Srimati said this on October 15th, 1988. She says, "You are Sahaj Yogis. What is your destiny? Your destiny is to achieve spiritual success, that is, spiritual ascent. The Devi destroyed Chanda and Munda, that is why she is called Chamunda. They are all back in this Kali Yuga, all of them. On the 6th night, that is Shashti, we surrender our ego and conditionings at the lotus feet of the goddess. On the 7th night, the Devi revealed herself in Devi Adharva Shirsham. All the deities asked the Adi Shakti, O Mahadevi, who are you? She answered thus, I am of the form of Brahma. The world made of Prakriti and Purusha has emanated from me. I am the Shunya, that is nothingness, and beyond the Shunya. I am joy and beyond the joy. I am knowledge and beyond the knowledge. I am the Brahma that everyone should know, and also the illusion. I am the world made of 5 elements, and also beyond the world. I am this entire visible world. I am the Vedas and beyond the Vedas. I am the pure knowledge and the illusion. I am born and unborn. I am above and below, at the front and back. I move about as Rudras and Vasus. Rudras are the 11 powers of Sri Shiva, and Vasus are a class of deities who are 8 in number. I move about as Aditya and Vishwadeva. Vishwadeva, a class of deities. Adityas are 12 in number, and one of them is the sun. I am the one who supports Sun, Varun, Indra, Agni and Ashwini Kumars, divine doctors. I support Soma, Twashta, Pusha and Bhag, a class of deities. It is I who supports Vishnu, Brahmadeva and Prajapati, whose feet have pervaded the three lokas. It is I who receives oblations offered in the sacrificial fire, Havana. It is I who gives wealth to the devotees of God all over the world. I am the chief of all deities to whom are offered oblations in the sacrificial fire. I create all 5 elements from my own form. My place is in the intellect that is enlightened with the light of Atma. One who understands this receives divine wealth. The god spoke thus: Salutations to the great goddess, the bestower of auspiciousness. We all humbly surrender and pay obeisance to the Prakriti, mother of the entire creation, one who bestows benedictions and rules over the entire world. We all surrender to Devi Durga, who is having complexion like the flames of burning fire, who is resplendent with the knowledge, who rewards the actions. Salutations to the destroyer of demons. May that goddess, who resides in all beings as the power of speech, who is like the wish-fulfilling Kamadhenu cow, be pleased with us and be always with us. Salutations to the goddess, who is the last night, who is praised by Brahmadeva, who is the power of Sri Vishnu, the mother of Sri Kartikeya, Sri Saraswati, Sri Aditi, mother of gods, the daughter of Daksh and the consort of Sri Shiva. We want to know more about Sri Mahalakshmi. We meditate on Sri Saraswati. May the goddess encourage us to meditate more on her. O Daksha, your daughter Aditi has given birth to gods who are immortal and auspicious. Kama, Yoni, Kamala, Vajrapani, Indra, Guha, Hamsa, Matarishva, Abra, Indra, Punarguha, Sakala, Maya are the mantras, Vidya, of the Mother of the Universe, who herself is verily the Brahma. She is the power of Atma. She is the one who is enticing the universe, wielding noose, goad, bow and arrow, the great knowledge, Mahavidya. One who knows this is liberated of all grief. Salutations to you, O Bhagawati. O Mother, always look after us. She is the 8 Vasus. She is 11 Rudras. She is 12 Adityas. She is the Vishwadevas, authorized and unauthorized to have Somras. She is Yatodhan, Asuras, Rakshasas, Pisachas, Yakshas and Siddhas, all astral beings. She is Sattva, Rajo and Tamogunas. She is Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. She is Prajapati, Indra and Manu. She is stars and planets and constellations. O Devi, who is also of the form of Kala, Kashta and Kala, small units of time. The dispeller of sin, bestower of fulfillment and liberation, unending, victorious, pure, the only one to be surrendered, the bestower of benevolence, of the form of auspiciousness, my salutations to you. The Bija Mantra of Devi, which is the combination of Vyat, that is ether, Ha and E, and fire, which is Ra, bedecked with crescent moon, fulfills all desires. This Bija Mantra, Hrim, is described as single letter containing the Brahma and is meditated upon by yogis of pure attention who are verily the collection of knowledge with great bliss. The mantra Aim Hrim Klim Chamundayai Viche gives great joy to the devotees of the Devi and leads them to Brahma realization. We should devote ourselves to that Devi who resides at the center of our lotus hearts, whose glory is like that of a rising sun, whose face is pleasing, who is granting the boons and protection, who is three-eyed and has put on red clothes and is fulfilling the desires of her devotees. I salute that great goddess, Mahadevi, who destroys great fears, who removes great calamities, and who is the great compassion personified. Her form cannot be known even by deities like Brahmadeva and others, and is therefore called as unknown. She has no end and is therefore called endless. It cannot be known what is her aim, and therefore she is called as without aim. She has no birth, and therefore she is called as unborn. She is alone everywhere, hence she is called one and the only. Although she is one, yet the whole universe is her form. Hence she is called not one. Therefore she has the names as Agneya, Ananta, Alakshya, Aja, Aika, Naika, etc. That Devi is Matruka in mantra, that is, letters which make mantras. She is knowledge in words. In the knowledge, she is beyond pure intelligence. In the nothingness, she is the witness. There is nothing beyond her, hence she is described as Durga. I, who am afraid of the ocean of worldly affairs, salute that Durga who is inaccessible, who is the destroyer of all wickedness and savior of the people from the ocean of illusion. Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devyai Namo Namaha. When verses of Devi Atharvashirsha from Durga Saptashati were read, where the Devi speaks of herself, Shri Mataji clarifies and explains in between. When you give joy to someone, the source of joy has to be beyond joy. I am the giver of knowledge. Without the light of Atma, without the light of the Spirit, how can you know anything? You see, the source is unborn. It can take birth because it is primordial, so it is unborn. Primordial is there, it is absolute, but then absolute can take birth. Why not get realization? Without that, what's the use of doing Devi Puja? Without the knowledge of Atma, if you do any puja, what is the use? You won't get divine blessings. Already said thousands of years back. Vaikhari is the power by which we speak. Any god's name you take, you ask, are you this? You get cool vibrations. Because the Shakti of all those people is the essence of all those. Because I am that Shakti, that's why you get the vibrations. Ask anybody's name, even the saints, rishis, maharishis. All of that is me. That is why that's the point they are trying to make. Bija mantra means say the Vaikhari. Vaikhari is the power of speaking. This power of speaking is made into mantras by people who have power of realization. Now, so for them to improve, supposing they want to improve their center or they want to improve their left or right, they have to say the Bija mantras. If they say the Bija mantras, that area gets the Bija. Then the Bija has to sprout and has to grow. So, the first step they have is to say the Bija mantra, and they have to say different mantras of the different chakras. So, one is the Bija and then is the tree. So, if you know the Bija, first of all, you can implant a Bija into yourself by saying that, and then you start saying all others. So that's how you make it grow. The word Sanskrit has come out of Kundalini's movement when she makes a sound. All was recorded by the great saints, and like that, every chakra has got vowels and consonants according to the number of subplexes they have. You can say petals they have, and all of them make all the alphabets of Sanskrit language. Sanskrit is made holy. This language was made holy. First it was one language, out of which two languages were born, was Latin, and the one which was made holy was Sanskrit. Sanskrit language comes from the saints who heard all those things and they made this. And this is the energy of the Vaikhari. Now the script is there, the Vaikhari is there, the energy is there, and this is the way you should say the instrument. But to make it work in a divine way, you have to make it into a mantra. To make it a mantra, any mantra you want to do, you must know first the Bija mantra. Supposing you want to raise your Kundalini, then the Bija mantra is Reem. And from Reem, you should go on to Om Tvameva Sakshat Shri Reem. Then, you should go on saying the mantras of all the deities that are there. You all have become Vidyavan now. Now, you try to understand how this Vidya has been penetrating into you slowly. Not with any teachers or anybody sitting with a stick in the hand. The whole Vidya is exposed from within and without. Whatever I say, you can tally it on your vibrations. So it goes into your hand. You don't accept it because I am saying, but it is so. That's why you accept it. Supposing I say this is water, then what? You will drink the water and you will see if it quenches your thirst. Then only you are going to believe that this is water. Otherwise, you are not going to believe in the same way it is. We are Swayam Siddhas. Ra is the energy Radha. The one who sustains the energy is Radha. She is Mahalakshmi. That is why she sustains the Kundalini. E is the primordial mother and Ra is the energy that is Kundalini. So, the Reem means that you have the energy passing through the thing towards the primordial being. So, Reem. That is why yogis, because they believe only in connection. Yogis believe in yoga, and so they have to look after the energy and also the primordial mother. This is very important because that is how energy should be there. Kundalini as well as primordial mother. 14,000 years before, they have written all this, which is the truth, which you know now. Now, when you read this book, Devi SAPTASHATI, you will understand. Chitta Swarupini, right side, that is Mahasaraswati, then Sattva Rupini, Mahalakshmi, Ananda Rupini, Mahakali, and you know all these things. For receiving the knowledge of Brahma, we always meditate on you. Without that, you have got it. Even without meditation, you got realization. Now meditate, you must. I don't know what to do about that. In the witness state, you become zero. See, your I is no more in the witness state. You just see. And there that is Shunya. So, she is the one at the time when you are in Shunya state, who is the Shakti of that is she. You are in Nirvichara. Thousands of people have that. Now they have found out. Who knows that? I know. Also if your Kundalini has passed through. So, even if you may not know, I'll say it is done, you know. So she is the one who knows all your states. So the whole idea you can understand like a computer that is already made so well that it records everything that happens and immediately. Like see, I am talking to you. Suddenly a person is sitting. I say, ha. So the attention is there also. I am talking to you. Attention is there. That Kundalini rises immediately. That's it. If the goddess is pleased, then by her grace we come to the Sahasrara. This is 2 into 7, that is 14 phases of the moon. 8th night, Ashtami. O Devi, you are the only support of this world because you are there as the Mother Earth and supporting the universe. Mahalakshmi Hymns, Chapter 11 of Devi Mahatmya. After the demon Shumbha was killed by Devi, all gods led by Indra and Agni praised the Devi as under. O Devi, who removes the grief of all those who surrender, be pleased by us. O Mother of the whole world, be pleased. O Goddess of the universe, be pleased and look after the universe. You are the Goddess of moving and non-moving things. O Devi, as you are the Mother Earth, you alone are the support of the world. You are water and you quench the thirst of the people. O Devi of immeasurable valor. O Devi, you are the Shakti Vaishnavi, the power of Sri Vishnu, of unending strength. You are the primordial seed of the universe, the supreme Maya. You have enticed all, and when you are pleased, there is liberation on the earth. O Devi, all kinds of knowledge are your forms. All women in the world are of your form. You alone have occupied the whole universe. You are the Paravani, highest and subtlest form of speech. Beyond all praises, so which praise is really appropriate for you? O Devi, you are praised in all scriptures as one who grants liberation and kingdom of God to all beings. So what letters or words can there be to praise you? Salutations to you, O Devi Narayani, who is residing in the hearts of all as the Buddhi and leading all to the heavens. Salutations to you, O Devi Narayani, who gives the effect of time in the forms of Kala, Kashta, small units of time, and the Shakti beyond the universe. Salutations to you, O Devi Narayani, who is three-eyed, one to be surrendered, Shri Gauri, consort of Shri Shiva, auspiciousness in all that is auspicious and the one who endows all success. Salutations to you, O Devi Narayani, who is eternal Shakti behind the sustenance and destruction of the whole creation, who is within and beyond the three gunas. Salutations to you, O Devi Narayani, who is prompt to protect and help out all those sufferers who surrender to you. Salutations to you, O Devi Narayani, who took the form of Brahmani, Shakti of Brahma, and was sprinkling water with kusha grass while riding in the heavenly car or aeroplane of swan. Salutations to you, O Devi Narayani, who was mounted on the great bull in the form of Maheshwari, Shakti of Shiva, and was wielding trident, crescent moon and snake. Salutations to you, O Devi Narayani, who took the form of Kaumari, Shakti of Kartikeya, riding on a peacock and wielding great invincible Shaktis. Salutations to you, O Devi Narayani, who took the form of Vaishnavi, Shakti of Sri Vishnu, wielding the conch and the weapons, mace, discus, bow of Sri Vishnu, known as Sharangadhara. Be pleased with us. Salutations to you, O Devi Narayani, the bestower of all benevolence, who is wielding the great discus in the hand and raising the earth in the form of the great boar with its tusk. Salutations to you, O Devi Narayani, who in the form of a ferocious lion killed the demons and protected the three worlds. Salutations to you, O Devi Narayani, who in the form of Aindri, Shakti of Indra, wearing the crown, wielding great thunder and having 1,000 bright eyes, killed the demon Vrutra. Salutations to you, O Devi Narayani, who in the form of Shivaduti made a frightening war cry and assumed the terrifying form, killed the mighty army of demons. Salutations to you, O Goddess Chamunda Narayani, whose mouth was dreadful due to her great teeth, who wore as an ornament the garland of human heads and killed the demon Munda. Salutations to you, O Devi Narayani, Lakshmi, Lajja, Mahavidya, Shraddha, Pushti, Swadha, Dhruva, Maharatri, Mahamaya. Salutations to you, O Devi Narayani, Medha, Saraswati, Bhadravi, Tamasi, Niyati, Destiny. Be pleased. Salutations to you, O Devi Durga. The whole universe is your form. The goddess of all powers are present within you. Please save us from calamities. Salutations to you, O Goddess Katyayani. May this pleasing face of yours, decorated with 3 eyes, protect us from all fears. Salutations to you, O Goddess Bhadrakali. May your trident, which looks dreadful due to fire coming out of it, and which destroys mighty demons, protect us from calamities. O Devi, may your bell, the sound of which spreads everywhere and destroys the glory of the demons, protect us from sins, just as mother protects her son. O Devi Chandika, may the sword in your hand, from which the blood of demons is dripping, be auspicious to us. O Devi, when you are pleased, you eradicate all diseases. When you are annoyed, no desire is fulfilled. Those who come to you for shelter become capable of giving shelter to others. O Devi Ambika, you have divided your form into many and have destroyed adharmic demons. Who else can do it? O Devi, all knowledge, all scriptures, and tenets of Vedas contain your praise. You are the one who brings the people over and over again out of the darkness of ignorance and attachment. O Devi, wherever there are dreadful demons, poisonous snakes, powerful armies of enemies and dacoits, wherever there are all burning fires and deep sea, you are present and protecting the universe. O Goddess of the universe, you are looking after the universe. You are supporting the universe as it is your own form. O Devi, the Lord of the universe bows before you. Those who are humble before you with devotion provide shelter to the universe. O Devi, as you have protected us by killing the demons, please always protect us from enemies. Please dispel all sins and diseases and calamities which befall reward of sins. O Devi, dispeller of calamities of the universe, be pleased with us. O Devi, who is worshipped by the three worlds, be pleased and grant boons. Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devyai Namo Namaha. On 18th October 1988, Shri Mataji explains, in the Mahalakshmi Stotram, why should we have all these? Because it is the Kundalini. The Mahalakshmi is the channel of the Kundalini, so there are Ashtalakshmis, 8 Lakshmis, then Mahalakshmi, and lastly the Daksha Lakshmi. We got one after another these powers within us which are expressed on the Mahalakshmi channel. Now, in the Mahalakshmi channel, we have to talk about Gauri, because Gauri is the one which is the Kundalini. So, they have to talk. That's why they say, Uday Uday Hai Ambe. They say in the Mahalakshmi temple. Why? Because in the Mahalakshmi temple only, they have to say that, now you rise, we are ready, we are prepared, we have got the Mahalakshmi principle within us, and now you can rise the Kundalini, and that's why the Avahana. Palan means mothering or looking after the child. She is the one who looks after the whole world like a mother. O Devi, you are the only support of this world because you are as the Mother Earth and supporting the universe as the Mother Earth. Because of Mother Earth, the universe exists. Because she, the Mother Earth, was created out of all the cosmos. The whole cosmos is supported by Mother Earth. Like, supposing you are building a house. The house is there, but it is supported by the person who lives in it. Otherwise, it is meaningless. Like a bridegroom, if he is not in the marriage, what's the use of having a marriage? The mere existence of this Mother Earth makes the whole cosmos to exist and to have a meaning. Mahalakshmi looks after the brain. So everything that you know comes through your brain, and that is sustained, or I should say, looked after or nourished by Mahalakshmi principle. Paravani starts from here. Shri Mataji explains, keeping her hand on her nabi. Is the sound which is silent. Then it comes to the heart. When it becomes anahat, it is called as Pashyanti, because it just witnesses. The Vani, the energy of Vani, the energy of that sound just witnesses and is in Anahata state. Then it comes here, Vishuddhi level. So it is called Madhyama, still in the middle stage up to the throat. But when it comes to the mouth, it becomes Vaikhari, means then it speaks, speaks. So this is how the Paravani means. The Paravani is the say. If God has to say something, then He says it in Paravani, which you can't hear it. In the same way, you have got your Paravanis within you, which is of course the human, we should say, reflection of the same Paravani which you can't hear. You can't hear the Vani in your stomach, but say you get some troubles, especially cancer or any other such diseases, you get a problem. That causes spandan, throbbing, is vibrations that you get, is the effect of that Paravani which shows you that there is some trouble. That trouble you can see, then it starts throbbing. Even the Kundalini, when she starts, she doesn't make any sound, but she comes here, Sahasrara, and if there is any problem, she makes a throbbing. It's like a smooth water. When it runs, it doesn't make any sound, but when there is obstruction, it makes a sound. So, there is a sound innate. This sound is due to percussion in the water, but there is innately sound built into the Vani, this sound which is silent sound, which rises from these 4 stages, and when it comes to the mouth, then only it becomes Vaikhari. In the case of God, see, when He speaks, whatever He is speaking, nobody can hear it unless and until you have reached the state of Paravani. Unless and until you have felt your Paravani, you cannot hear it. So what happens? That God Himself has to come on this earth and has to use His Vaikhari to explain things to you. So, by that, you start going down and down. Then you come to Madhyama state where you enjoy your silence. Then you come to Pashyanti. There you enjoy your witness state. And then you come to Paravani where you got the sound, or you can say that you get the information. Just information, but it has no sounds, no noises, nothing. Just the information like a thought. Thoughts do not have sound, so the inspiration comes to you from Paravani. But thought has no sound. In the same way, it is a soundless thing that comes. In the 9th phase, Navami, the Devi takes us to our destiny and fulfills us. With blessings, we become a part and parcel of her and do not fall back. Srimati says, today is the last day of Navaratri. This should be the culminating point for all of you. As you see within us, as you know, that there are 7 chakras for your ascent and 2 above it. That should be your destiny. But if you people go only on the Agnya, move on Agnya, you cannot rise any higher. People have been lost on that chakra. So that is a very important chakra. 6th, Shashti of the goddess is regarded as a very important thing. And they say that goddess comes on a nav, a boat, because the 6th day is very big to cross. That is what today is the problem with all of us. That we have this 6th day still sitting on our heads and we cannot get out of it. So to come to the 9th stage, though we may do puja, we may do anything, but we are still on the 6th. So it is just outwardly that we are doing puja. 7th day is the day where I am there. But 7th and 8th and 9th has to be achieved by crossing your 6th. Today I am going to tell you about the 6th because it is the most important of all of us to know that what Goddess has done on the 6th day. Mahalakshmi incarnated as Mary and she brought her son, who was Jesus Christ, and she wanted him to cross this sixth center for everybody else, and that is how he had to become the subtle form of Chaitanya. He was the subtle form of Chaitanya, the way he walked on water. But ultimately, he became Chaitanya and he crossed over by leaving his body as subtle. On the 10th day of Navaratri, the triumph of the goddess is celebrated after she has vanquished all the negative forces. On this day, we worship her lotus feet in our heart. The goddess incarnated on this earth 9 times to save her children. This is a book of prayers to our most beloved Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Nirmala Devi, who has taken this incarnation only out of compassion for us. But we do not know, O Goddess, how to pray you or how to please you. Please guide us. In answers to our prayers, Shri Adi Shakti revealed how to offer prayer during these 9 nights in talks which are recorded here from the notes compiled in Pratishthan, Pune. But a prayer should not become a ritual. Even a flower, a leaf, she accepts when offered from the heart. Again, we pray to Shri Adi Shakti for her forgiveness for all our mistakes and omissions towards her protocol, and that she may please indulge us, her little children, who are ignorant and spoiled, but who love her very much. Chapter 12, Episode 3, Brahmagyan Moksha. Naradji said, Prabhu, Deva Devesh, you are the Lord of the past and the present universes. From your divine voice, I have heard about Devi Kavach. You are the knower of the dharmas. You have told me all about the Shrutis and Smritis, the Purans, and all negativity destroying secrets. O Lord with eyes like lotus petals, tell me that which gives Brahmagyan. What is it that grants Moksha? Bhagwan Narayan said, I bow to you and thank you for asking such a wise and holy question. Listen, I place before you the Sahasranama of the Almighty Devi Bhagavati. These divine names are most auspicious. Lalitha Sahasranama, 1000 names of the Devi. Om Shri Lalita Maha Tripura Sundari Swarupa Shri Meenakshi Parameshwari Paradevata Ambikayai Namadhyanam. May we meditate on the divine, whose body has the red hue of vermilion, who has 3 eyes, who wears a beautiful crown studded with rubies, who is adorned with a crescent moon, whose face sports a beautiful smile indicating compassion, who has beautiful limbs, whose hands hold a jewel-studded golden vessel filled with nectar, and in the other a red lotus flower. I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the goad, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima for race, and she is the self within me. The divine goddess is to be meditated upon as seated in the lotus with petal eyes. She is golden hued and has lotus flowers in her hands. She dispels the fears of devotees who bow before her. She is the embodiment of peace, knowledge, vidya, is praised by gods and grants every kind of wealth wished for. I meditate on the mother whose eyes are smiling, who holds the arrow, bow, noose and goad in her hands. She is glittering with red garlands and ornaments. She is painted with kunkuma on her forehead and is red and tender like the japa flower. Atha Shri Lalita Sahasranama stotram. Om Aim Hrim Shrim. Om Aim Hrim Shrim. Shri Mata, she who is the auspicious mother. Shri Maharagni, she who is the empress of the universe. Shrimat Simhasaneshwari, she who is the queen of the most glorious throne. Hridagnikunda Sambhuta, she who was born in the fire pit of pure consciousness. Devakarya Samudhyata, she who is intent on fulfilling the wishes of the gods. Udyatbhanu Sahasrabha, she who has the radiance of 1,000 rising suns. Chaturbahu Samanvita, she who is four-armed. Ragaswarupa Pashadhya, she who is holding the rope of love in her hand. Krodhakaran Kushojvala, she who shines bearing the goad of anger. Manurupekshu Kodanda, she who holds in her hand a sugarcane bow that represents the mind. Panchatanmatra Sayaka, she who holds the 5 subtle elements as arrows. Nijaruna Prabhapura Majjat Brahmanda Mandala, she who immerses the entire universe in the red effulgence of her form. Champaka Ashoka Punnaga Saugandhika Lasatkacha, she whose hair has been adorned with flowers like Champaka, Ashoka, Punnaga and Saugandhika. Kuruvinda Manishreni Kanatkotira Mandita, she who is resplendent with a crown adorned with rows of Kuruvinda gems. Ashtami Chandra Vipraja Dalikasthala Shobita, she whose forehead shines like the crescent moon of the 8th night of the lunar half month. Mukhachandra Kalankabha Mriganabhi Visheshaka, she who wears a musk mark on her forehead which shines like a spot on the moon. Vadanasmara Mangalya Grihatorana Chillika, she whose eyebrows shine like the archways leading to the house of Kama, god of love, which her face resembles. Vaktra Lakshmi Parivaha Chalan Meenabha Lochana, she whose eyes possess the luster of the fish that moves about in the stream of beauty flowing from her face. Navachampaka Pushpabha Nasadanda Virajita, she who is resplendent with a nose that has the beauty of a newly blossoming champaka flower. Tarakanti Tiraskari Nasabharana Bhasura, She who shines with a nose ornament that excels the luster of a star. Kadamba Manjari Klupta Karnapura Manohara. She who is captivating, wearing bunches of Kadamba flowers as ear ornaments. Tatanka Yugali Bhuta Tapanodupa Mandala. She who wears the sun and the moon as a pair of large earrings. Padmaraga Shiladarsha Paribhavi Kapolabuhu. She whose cheeks excel mirrors made of rubies in their beauty. Navavidruma Bimbashri Nyakari Radanachada. She whose lips excel freshly cut coral and bimba fruit in their reflective splendor. Shuddha Vidyankurakara Dvijapankti Dvayojvala. She who has radiant teeth which resemble the buds of pure knowledge. Karpura Vitika Moda Samakarshit Digantara. She who is enjoying a camphor-laden betel roll, the fragrance of which is attracting people from all directions. Nijasallapa Madhurya Vinirbhatsita Kachapi. She who excels even the Veena of Saraswati in the sweetness of her speech. Bandasmita Prabhapura Majjat Kamesha Manasa. She who submerges even the mind of Kamesha, Lord Shiva, in the radiance of her smile. Anakalita Sadrishya Chivuka Shri Virajita. She whose chin cannot be compared to anything. It is beyond comparison because of its unparalleled beauty. Kamesha Baddha Mangalya Sutra Shobhita Kandhara. She whose neck is adorned with the marriage thread tied by Kamesha. Kanakangada Keyura Kamaniya Bhujanvita. She whose arms are beautifully adorned with golden armlets. Ratna Greveya Chintaka Lola Mukta Falanvita. She whose neck is resplendent with a gem-studded necklace with a locket made of pearl. Kameshwara Prema Ratna Mani Pratipanasthani. She who gives her breast to Kameshwara in return for the gem of love he bestows on her. Nabhyala Vala Romali Lata Phala Kuchadvai. She whose breasts are the fruits on the creeper of the fine hairline that starts in the depth of her navel and spreads upwards. Laksharoma Latadharata Samunneya Madhyama. She who has a waist, the existence of which can only be inferred by the fact that the creeper of her hairline springs from it. Sthanabhara Dalanmadhya Pattabandha Vaditraya. She whose abdomen has 3 folds which form a belt to support her waist from breaking under the weight of her breasts. Arunaruna Kausumba Vastrabhasvat Katitati. She whose hips are adorned with a garment as red as the rising sun, which is dyed with an extract from safflower, Kusumba blossoms. Ratna Kinkini Karamya Rashanadama Bhushita. She who is adorned with a girdle which is decorated with many gem-studded bells. Kamesha Gyata Saubhagya Mardavoru Dayanvita. The beauty and softness of whose thighs are known only to Kamesha, her husband. Manikya Makutakara Janudvaya Virajita. She whose knees are like crowns shaped from the precious red jewel Manikya, a kind of ruby. Indragopa Parikshipta Smaratунabha Jamghika. She whose calves gleam like the jewel-covered quiver of the god of love. Guda Gulfa, she whose ankles are hidden. Kurma Prishtha Jaishnu Prapadanvita, she whose feet have arches that rival the back of a tortoise in smoothness and beauty. Nakhadidhi Sanchanna Namajjana Tamoguna, she whose toenails give out such a radiance that all the darkness of ignorance is dispelled completely from those devotees who prostrate at her lotus feet. Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha, she whose feet defeat lotus flowers in radiance. Shinjana Manimanjira Mandita Shri Padambuja, she whose auspicious lotus feet are adorned with gem-studded golden anklets that tinkle sweetly. Marali Mandagamana, she whose gait is as slow and gentle as that of a swan. Mahalavanya Shevadhi, she who is the treasure house of beauty. Sarvaruna, she who is entirely red in complexion. Anavadyangi, she whose body is worthy of worship. Sarvabharana Bhushita, she who is resplendent with all types of ornaments. Shiva Kameshwarankastha, she who sits in the lap of Shiva, who is the conqueror of desire. Shiva, she who bestows all that is auspicious. Swadhina Vallabha, she who keeps her husband always under her control. Sumeru Madhya Shringhastha, she who sits on the middle peak of Mount Sumeru. Shriman Nagaranayika, she who is the mistress of the most auspicious or prosperous. Chintamani Grihanthastha, she who resides in a house built of Chintamani. Pancha Brahmasana Sthita, she who sits on a seat made of 5 Brahmas. Mahapadmatavi Sanstha, she who resides in the great lotus forest. Kadamba Vanavasini, she who resides in the Kadamba forest. Sudha Sagara Madhyastha, she who resides in the center of the ocean of nectar. Kamakshi, she whose eyes awaken desire, or she who has beautiful eyes. Kamadaini, she who grants all wishes. Devarshi Gana Sanghata Stuya Manatma Vaibhava, she whose might is the subject of praise by multitudes of gods and sages. Bhandasura Vadodhyukta Shakti Sena Samanvita, she who is endowed with an army of Shaktis intent on slaying Bhandasura. Sampatkari Samarudha Sindhura Vrajasevita, she who is attended by a herd of elephants ably commanded by Sampatkari. Ashwarudhadhi Sthitashva Koti Koti Bhiravrita, she who is surrounded by a cavalry of several million horses which are under the command of the Shakti Ashwarudha. Chakra Raja Ratharudha Sarvayudha Parishkrita, she who shines in her chariot Chakra Raja, equipped with all kinds of weapons. Geya Chakra Ratharudha Mantrini Parisevata. She who is served by the Shakti named Mantrini, who rides the chariot known as Geya Chakra. Kiri Chakra Ratharudha Dandhanada Puraskruta. She who is escorted by the Shakti known as Dandanatha, seated in the Kiri Chakra chariot. Jwala Malini Kakshipta Vahni Prakara Madhyaga. She who has taken position at the center of the fortress of fire created by the goddess Jwala Malini. Bhanda Sainya Vadhodhyukta Shakti Vikrama Harshita. She who rejoices at the valor of the Shaktis who are intent on destroying the forces of Bhandasura. Nitya Parakrama Topa Nirishana Samutsuka. She who delights in seeing the might and the pride of her Nitya deities. Bhandaputra Vadhodhyukta Bala Vikrama Nandita. She who delights in seeing the valor of the goddess Bala, who is intent on killing the sons of Bhanda. Mantrinyamba Virachita Vishanga Vadhatoshita. She who rejoices at the destruction in battle of demon Vishanga by the Mantrini Shakti. Vishukra Prana Harana Varahi Virya Nandita. She who is pleased with the prowess of Varahi, who took the life of Vishukra. Kameshwara Mukhaloka Kalpita Shri Ganeshwara. She who gives rise to Ganesha by a glance at the face of Kameshwara. Mahaganesha Nirbhinna Vigna Yantra Praharshita. She who rejoices when Ganesha shatters all obstacles. Bhanda Surendra Nirmukta Shastra Pratyastra Varshini. She who showers counter weapons to each weapon fired at her by Bhandasura. Karanguli Nakhotpanna Narayana Dashakritihi. She who created from her fingernails all 10 incarnations of Narayana, that is Vishnu. Mahapashupatastragni Nirdagdhasura Sainika. She burned the armies of the demons in the fire of the missile Mahapashupata. Kameshwarastra Nirdagdha Sabhandasura Shunyaka. She who burnt and destroyed Bhandasura and his capital Shunyaka with the Kameshwara missile. Brahmopindra Mahendradi Deva Sansthuta Vaibhava. She whose many powers are extolled by Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva and other gods. Haranetragne Sandagdha Kama Sanjeeva Naushadihi. She who became the life-giving medicine for Kamadeva, god of love, who had been burned to ashes by the fire from Shiva's third eye. Srimad Vagbhava Kutaika Swarupa Mukha Pankaja. She whose lotus face is the auspicious Vagbhava Kuta, that is, a group of syllables of the Panchadashakshari mantra. Kanthadaha Katiparyanta Madhyakuta Swarupini. She who from her neck to her waist is of the form of the Madhyakuta, the middle 6 syllables of the Panchadashakshari mantra. Shakti Kutaika Tapanna Katyadho Bhagadharini. She whose form below the waist is the Shakti Kuta, the last 4 syllables of the Panchadashakshari mantra. Moola Mantratmika. She who who is the embodiment of the Moola Mantra, that is, the Panchadashakshari Mantra. Moola Kutatraya Kalebara, she whose subtle body is made of the 3 parts of the Panchadashakshari Mantra. Kulamritaika Rasika, she who is especially fond of the nectar known as Kula. Kula Sanketa Palini, she who protects the code of rituals of the path of yoga known as Kula. Kulangana, she who is well born from a good family. Kulantasta, she who resides in the Kula Vidya. Kaulini, she who belongs to the Kula. Kula Yogini, she who is the deity in the Kulas. Akula, she who is beyond Kula, that is, measurable dimensionality. Samayantasta, she who resides inside Samaya. Samayachara Tatpara, she who is attached to the Samaya form of worship. Mooladharaika Nilaya, she whose principal abode is the Mooladhara. Brahma Granthi Vibedini, she who breaks through the knot of Brahma. Manipuranta Rudita, she who emerges in the Manipura Chakra. Vishnu Granthi Vibhedini, she who breaks through the knot of Maya of Vishnu. Then the devotee perceives the unreality of his individuality as body, mind, present incarnation. He loses the consciousness of the limited I-ness. Agnya Chakrantaralastha, she who resides at the center of the Agnya Chakra. Rudra Grandhi Vibedini, she who breaks through the knot of Shiva. Sahasra Ram Bhujha Rudha, she who ascends to the 1,000-petal lotus. Sudha Sarabhivarshini, she who pours out streams of ambrosia. Tatillata Samaruchi, she who is as beautiful as a flash of lightning. Shat Chakropari Sansthita, she who resides above the 6 chakras. Mahashaktihi, she who is greatly attached to the festive union of Shiva and Shakti. Kundalini, she who has the form of a coil. Bisatantu Taniyasi, she who is fine and delicate as the fiber of the lotus. Bhavani, she who is the wife of Bhava, that is Shiva. Bhavanagamya, she who is unattainable through imagination or thought. Bhavaranya Kutarika, she who is like an axe to clear the jungle of samsara. Bhadrapriya, she who is fond of all auspicious things, who gives all auspicious things. Bhadramurtihi, she who is the embodiment of auspiciousness and benevolence. Bhakta Saubhagyadaini, she who confers prosperity on her devotees. Bhakti Priya, she who is fond of devotion and pleased by devotion. Bhakti Gamya, she who is attained only through devotion. Bhakti Vashya, she who is to be won over by devotion. Bhayapaha, she who dispels fear. Shambhavi, she who is the wife of Shambhu, that is Shiva. Sharadha Radhya, she who is worshipped by Sharadha, that is Saraswati, the goddess of speech. Sharvani, she who is the wife of Sharva, that is Shiva. Sharmadaini, she who confers happiness. Shankari, she who gives happiness. Shrikari, she who bestows riches in abundance. Sadhvi, she who is chaste. Sharad Chandra Nibhanana, she whose face shines like a full moon in the clear autumn sky. Shatodari, she who is slender-waisted. Shantimati, she who is peaceful. Niradhara, she who is without dependence, unsupported. Niranjana, she who stays unattached, bound to nothing, unstained by any limitations whatsoever. Nirlepa, she who is untouched by various karmas and dualism. Nirmala, she who is free from all impurities. Nitya, she who is eternal. Nirakara, she who is without form. Nirakula, she who is without agitation, unruffled. Nirguna, she who is attributeless, beyond the three gunas and the three nadis. She is consciousness devoid of the qualities and attributes of the mind. Nishkala, she who is indivisible, complete. Shanta, she who is tranquil. Nishkama, she who has nothing to desire as she has everything. Nirupaplava, she who is indestructible. Nityamukta, she who is ever free from worldly bonds and her devotees are ever free. Nirvikara, she who is changeless but is the unchanging basis of all changes. Nishprapancha, she who is not of this universe. Nirashraya, she who has no basis as she is everything. Nitya Shuddha, she who is eternally pure. Nitya Buddha, she who is ever wise. Niravadya, she who is blameless or she who is praiseworthy. Nirantara, she who is all-pervading, undifferentiated. Nishkarana, she who is causeless, the cause of all causes. Nishkalanka, she who is faultless brilliance. Nirupadhi, she who is alone, without Maya, the basis of plurality. Nirishwara, she who has no superior or protector, supreme. Niraga, she who is unattached. Ragamathani, she who destroys desires, passions. Nirmada, she who is without pride. Madanashini, she who destroys pride. Nischinta, she who has no anxiety in anything. Nirahankara, she who is without egoism, she who is without the concept of I and mine. Nirmoha, she who is free from delusion, such as mistaking unreal for real. Mohanashini, she who destroys delusion in her devotees. Nirmama, she who has no self-interest in anything. Mamata Hantri, she who destroys the sense of ownership. Nishpapa, she who is beyond sin. Papanashini, she who destroys all the sins of her devotees. Nishkrodha, she who is without anger. Krodha Shamani, she who destroys anger in her devotees. Nirlobha, she who is without greed. Lobhanashini, she who destroys greed in her devotees. Nishanshaya, she who is without doubts. Sanshayagni, she who kills all doubts. Nirbhava, she who is without origin, unborn. Bhavanashini, she who destroys the sorrow of samsara, that is, the cycle of birth and death. Nirvikalpa, she who is beyond all doubts. Nirabadha, she who is not disturbed by anything. Nirbheda, she who is beyond of all sense of difference. Bhedanashini, she who removes from her devotees all sense of differences born of vasanas. Nirnasha, she who is imperishable. Mrityu-mathani, she who destroys death. Nishkriya, she who is beyond all actions, not involved in any action. Nishparigraha, she who does not take anything since she needs nothing. As she is the Purna Kama, devotees also become Nishparigraha. Nisthula, she who is incomparable, unequaled. Neela Chikura, she who has shining black hair. Nirapaya, she who is beyond dangers. Niratyaya, she who cannot be crossed or transgressed. Durlabha, she who is won only with much difficulty. Durgama, she who is approachable only with extreme effort. Durga, she who is the goddess Durga. Dukkha Hantri, she who is the destroyer of sorrow. Sukhaprada, she who is the giver of happiness. Dushta Dura, she who is unapproachable by sinners. Durachara Shamani, she who stops evil customs. Dosha Varjita, she who is free from all faults. Sarvagnya, she who is omniscient. Sandra Karuna, she who is intensely compassionate to her devotees. Samanadhika Varjita, she who has neither equal nor superior. Sarva Shaktimayi, she who has all the divine powers, she who is omnipotent. Sarva Mangala, she who is the source of all that is auspicious. Sadgati Prada, she who leads into the right path. Sarveshwari, she who rules over all living and non-living things. Sarvamayi, she who pervades every living and non-living thing. Sarva Mantra Swarupini, she who is the essence of all the mantras. Sarva Yantratmika, she who is the soul of all yantras. Sarva Tantra Rupa, she who is the soul, embodiment of all tantras. Manonmani, she who is Shiva's Shakti. Maheshwari, she who is the wife of Maheshwara. Mahadevi, she who has the immeasurable body. Mahalakshmi, she who is the great goddess Lakshmi. Mruda Priya, she who is the beloved of Mruda, that is Shiva. Maharupa, she who has a great form. Mahapujya, she who is worshipped by the highest, that is the Trimurtis, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Mahapatakanaashini, she who destroys even the greatest of sins. Mahamaya, she who is the supreme creator of illusion and confusion even to the greatest of gods. Mahasattva, she who possesses great sattva. Mahashaktihi, she who has great power. Maharatihi, she who is boundless delight. Mahabhoga, she who has immense wealth. Maheshwarya, she who has supreme sovereignty. Mahavirya, she who is supreme in valor. Mahabala, she who is supreme in might. Mahabuddhihi, she who is supreme in intelligence. Mahasiddhihi, she who is endowed with the highest attainments. Mahayogeshwareshwari, she who is the object of worship even by the greatest of yogis. Mahatantra, she who is worshipped by the greatest tantras such as Kularnava and Jnanarnava. Mahamantra, she who is the greatest mantra. Mahayantra, she who is in the form of the great yantras. Mahasana, she who is seated on great seats. Mahayaga Kramaradhya, she who is worshipped by the ritual of Mahayaga. Mahabhairava Pujita, she who is worshipped even by Mahabhairava, that is Shiva. Maheshwara Mahakalpa Mahatandava Sakshini, she who is the witness of the great dance of Maheshwara, Shiva, at the end of the great cycle of creation. Mahakamesha Mahishi, she who is the great queen of Mahakameshwara, Shiva. Mahatripura Sundari, she who is the great Tripura Sundari. Chatushashti Upacharadhya, she who is adorned in 64 ceremonies. Chatushashti Kalamayi, she who embodies the 64 fine arts. Mahachatushashti Koti Yogini Ganasevata, she who is attended, served by 64 crores of bands of yoginis. Manuvidya, she who is the embodiment of Manuvidya. Chandravidya, she who is the embodiment of Chandravidya. Chandramandala Madhyaga, she who resides in the center of Chandramandala, the moon's disk. Charurupa, she who has a beauty that does not wax or wane. Charuhasa, she who has a beautiful smile. Charu Chandra Kaladhara, she who bears the beautiful crescent moon that does not wax or wane. Charachara Jagannatha, she who is the ruler of the animate and inanimate worlds. Chakra Raja Niketana, she who abides in the Sri Chakra. Parvati, she who is the daughter of the mountain, Mount Himavat or Himalaya. Padmanayana, she who has eyes that are long and beautiful like the petals of the lotus flower. Padmaraga Samaprabha, she who has a resplendent red complexion like the ruby. Panchapretasana Sina, she who sits on the seat formed by the 5 corpses. Panchabrahma Swarupini, she whose form is composed of the 5 Brahmas. Chinmayi, she who is consciousness itself. Paramananda, she who is supreme bliss. Vijnana Ghanarupini, she who is the embodiment of all-pervading solid intelligence. Dhyana Dhyatru Dheya Rupa, she who shines as meditation, meditator, and the object of meditation. Dharma Adharma Vivarjita, she who is devoid of, who transcends both virtue and vice. Vishwarupa, she who has the whole universe as her form. Jagarini, she who is in the waking state, or she who assumes the form of the Jiva who is in the waking state. Swapanti, she who is in the dream state, or she who assumes the form of the Jiva in the dream state. Taijasatmika, she who is the soul of Taijasa, Jiva in the dream state, proud of its subtle body. Supta, she who is in the deep sleep state or assumes the form of the Jiva experiencing deep sleep. Prajnatmika, she who is not separate from Prajna, deep sleep. Turiya, she who is in the state of Turiya, that is, 4th state in which the ultimate realization of Atma is obtained. Sarvavastha Vivarjita, she who transcends all states. Shrishtikartri, she who is the creator. Brahmarupa, she who is in the form of Brahma. Goptri, she who protects. Govindarupini, she who has assumed the form of Govinda, Vishnu, for the preservation of the universe. Samharini, she who is the destroyer of the universe. Rudrarupa, she who has assumed the form of Rudra, Shiva, for the dissolution of the universe. Tirodhanakari, she who causes the disappearance of all things. Ishwari, she who protects and rules everything. Sadashiva, one who always bestows auspiciousness. Anugrahada, she who confers blessings. Panchakritya Parayana, she who is devoted to the 5 functions of creation, preservation, destruction, annihilation and reappearance. Bhanu Mandala Madhyastha, she who abides in the center of the sun's disk. Bhairavi, she who is the wife of Bhairava, Shiva. Bhagamalini, she who wears a garland made of the 6 excellences of auspiciousness, supremacy, fame, valor, detachment and knowledge. Padmasana, she who is seated in the lotus flower. Bhagawati, she who protects those who worship her. Padmanabha Sahodari, she who is Vishnu's sister. Unmesha Nimishotpanna Vipanna Bhuvanavali, she who causes a series of worlds to arise and disappear with the opening and closing of her eyes. Sahasra Shirsha Vadana, she who has 1,000 heads and faces. Sahasrakshi, she who has 1,000 eyes. Sahasrapat, she who has 1,000 feet. Abrahma Kita Janani, she who is the mother of everything from Brahma to the lowliest insect. Varnashrama Vidhayini, she who established the order of the social division in life. Nijagnya Rupa Nigama, she whose commands take the form of the Vedas. Punya Punya Falaprada, she who dispenses the fruits of both good and evil actions. Shruti Simanta Sindhuri Krita Padabja Dhulika, she is the one, the dust from whose feet forms the vermilion marks at the parting line of the hair of the Shruti Devatas, Vedas personified as goddesses. Sakalagama Sandoha Shukti Samputa Mauktika, she who is the pearl enclosed in the shell made of all the scriptures. Purushartha Pradha, she who grants the 4-fold objects of human life. Purna, she who is always whole without growth or decay. Bhogini, she who is the enjoyer. Bhuvaneshwari, she who is the ruler of the universe. Ambika, she who is the mother of the universe. Anadi Nidhana, she who has neither beginning or end. Hari Brahmendra Sevita, she who is attended by Brahma, Vishnu and Indra. Narayani, she who is the female counterpart of Narayana. Nadarupa, she who is the form of sound. Namarupa Vivarjita, she who has no name or form. Hrimkari, she who is in the form of syllable Hrim. Hrimati, she who is endowed with modesty. Hridaya, she who abides in the heart. Heyopadeya Varjita, she who has nothing to reject or accept. Raja Rajarchita, she who is worshipped by the King of Kings. Ragni, she who is the Queen of Shiva, the Lord of all kings. Ramya, she who gives delight, she who is lovely. Rajiva Lochana, she whose eyes are like Rajiva, that is lotus. Ranjani, she who delights the mind. Ramani, she who gives joy. Rasya, she who is to be enjoyed, she who enjoys. Ranat Kinkini Mekhala, she who wears a girdle of tinkling bells. Rama, she who has become Lakshmi and Saraswati. Rakendu Vadana, she who has a delightful face like the full moon. Rati Rupa, she who is in the form of Rati, wife of Kama. Rati Priya, she who is fond of Rati, the wife of Kama. Rakshakari, she who is the protector. Rakshasagni, she who is the slayer of the entire race of demons. Rama, she who gives delight. Ramana Lampata, she who is devoted to the Lord of her heart, Lord Shiva. Kamya, she who is to be desired. Kamakala Rupa, she who is in the form of Kamakala. Kadamba Kusuma Priya, she who is especially fond of Kadamba flowers. Kalyani, she who bestows auspiciousness. Jagati Kanda, she who is the root of the whole world. Karuna Rasa Sagara, she who is the ocean of compassion. Kalavati, she who is the embodiment of all arts. Kalalapa, she who speaks musically and sweetly. Kanta, she who is beautiful. Kadambari Priya, she who is fond of mead. Varada, she who grants boons generously. Vamanayana, she who has beautiful eyes. Varuni Mada Vihvala, she who is intoxicated by Varuni, ambrosial drink. Vishwadikha, she who transcends the universe. Veda Vedya, she who is known through the Vedas. Vindhyachala Nivasini, she who resides in the Vindhya mountains. Vidhatri, she who creates and sustains this universe. Veda Janani, she who is the mother of the Vedas. Vishnu Maya, she who is the illusory power of Vishnu. Vilasini, she who is playful. Kshetra Swarupa, she whose body is matter. Kshetreshi, she who is the wife of Kshetresha, that is Shiva. Kshetra Kshetrajna Palini, she who is the protector of matter and the knower of matter, therefore the protector of body and soul. Kshaya Vriddhi Vinirmukha, she who is free from growth and decay. Kshetrapala Samarchita, she who is worshipped by Kshetrapala, that is Shiva in infant form. Vijaya, she who is ever victorious. Vimala, she who is without a trace of impurity. Vandya, she who is adorable, worthy of worship. Vandaru Janavatsala, she who is full of motherly love for those who worship her. Vaghvadini, she who speaks. Vamakeshi, she who has beautiful hair. Vahni Mandala Vasini, she who resides in the disk of fire. Bhakti Matkalpa Latika, she who is the Kalpa, wish-granting creeper to her devotees. Pashupasha Vimochini, she who releases the ignorant from bondage. Samhrita Shesha Pashanda, she who destroys all heretics. Sadachara Pravartika, she who is immersed in and inspires others to follow right conduct. Tapatrayagni Santapta Samahladana Chandrika, she who is the moonlight that gives joy to those burned by the triple fire of misery. Taruni, she who is ever young. Tapasa Radhya, she who is worshipped by ascetics. Tanu Madhya, she who is slender-waisted. Tamopaha, she who removes the ignorance born of tamas. Chit, she who is in the form of pure intelligence. Tatpada Lakshyardha, she who is the embodiment of truth, which is indicated by the word Tat. Chideka Rasarupini, she who is of the nature of pure intelligence, she who is the cause of knowledge. Swatmananda Lavibhuta Brahmadyananda Santihi, she who makes the bliss of Brahma and others insignificant compared to her own bliss. Para, she who is Para, the first level where the sound begins. Pratyak Chitirupa, she who is of the nature of unmanifested consciousness or of unmanifested Brahman. Pashyanti, she who is Pashyanti, the second level of sound after Para in the Swadhisthana Chakra. Paradevata, she who is the supreme deity, Parashakti. Madhyama, she who is Madhyama, the third level of sound after Pashyanti. Vaikhari Rupa, she who is in the form of Vaikhari, that is, sound in the manifested audible form. Bhakta Manasa Hansika, she who is the swan in the minds of her devotees. Kameshwara Prananadi, she who is the very life of Kameshwara, her consort. Kritagnya, she who knows all of our actions as they occur. Kama Pujita, she who is worshipped by Kama. Shringara Rasa Sampurna, she who is filled with the essence of love. Jaya, she who is victorious always and everywhere. Jalandhara Sthita, she who resides in the Jalandhara Pitha, in the throat region. Odyana Pitha Nilaya, she whose abode is the center known as Odyana in the Agnya Chakra. Bindu Mandala Vasini, she who resides in the Bindu Mandala, that is Sri Chakra. Rahoyaga Kramaradhya, she who is worshipped in secret through sacrificial rites. Rahastarpana Tarpita, she who is to be gratified by the secret rites of worship. Sadyah Prasadini, she who bestows her grace immediately. Vishwasakshini, she who is witness to the whole universe. Sakshi Varjita, she who has no other witness. Shadanga Devata Yukta, she who is accompanied by the deities of the 6 sangas, that is heart, head, hair, eyes, armor and weapons. Shadgunya Paripurita, she who is fully endowed with the 6 good qualities, that is prosperity, valor, dispassion, fame, wealth and wisdom. Nitya Klinna, she who is ever compassionate. Nirupama, she who is incomparable. Nirvana Sukhadaini, she who confers the bliss of liberation. Nitya Shodashika Rupa, she who is in the form of the 16 daily deities, that is Kameshwari, Bhagamalini, Nityaklinna, Bherunda, Vahnivasini, Mahavajreshwari, Shivaduti, Tvarita, Kulasundari, Nitya, Neelapatakini, Vijaya, Sarvamangala, Jwala Malini, Chitra and Tripura Sundari. Shri Kantardha Sharirini, she who possesses half of the body of Shri Kantha, Shiva, she who is in the form of Ardhanarishwara. Prabhavati, she who is effulgent. Prabharupa, she who is effulgence. Prasiddha, she who is celebrated. Parameshwari, she who is the supreme sovereign. Moola Prakriti, she who is the first cause of the entire universe. Avyakta, she who is unmanifested. Vyakta Swarupini, she who is in the manifested and unmanifested forms. Vyapini, she who is all-pervading. Vividhakara, she who has a multitude of forms. Vidya Avidya Swarupini, she who is the form of both knowledge and ignorance. Mahakamesha Nayana Kumudahlada Kaumudi, she who is the moonlight that gladdens the water lilies that are Mahakamesha's eyes. Bhaktaharda Tamobheda Bhanumad Bhanu Santatihi, she who is the sunbeam which dispels the darkness from the heart of her devotees. Shivaduti, she for whom Shiva is the messenger, she who is Shiva's messenger. Shivaradhya, she who is worshipped by Shiva. Shivamurtihi, she whose form is Shiva himself. Shivankari, she who confers prosperity, auspiciousness, happiness. She who turns her devotees into Shiva. Shivapriya, she who is beloved of Shiva. Shivapara, she who is solely devoted to Shiva. Shishteshta, she who is loved by the righteous, she who is the chosen deity of devotees, she who loves righteous people. Shishta Pujita, she who is always worshipped by the righteous. Aprameya, she who is immeasurable by the senses. Swaprakasha, she who is self-luminous. Manovachama Gochara, she who is beyond the range of mind and speech. Chit Shaktihi, she who is the power of consciousness. Chetana Rupa, she who is pure consciousness. Jada Shaktihi, she who is the Maya that has transformed itself as the power of creation. Jadatmika, she who is in the form of the inanimate world. Gayatri, she who is the Gayatri mantra. Vyahrutihi, she who is in the nature of utterance, she who presides over the power of speech. Sandhya, she who is in the form of twilight. Dvijabrinda Nishevita, she who is worshipped by the twice born. Tattvasana, she who has tattvas as her seat, she who abides in tattva. Tat, she who is meant by that, the supreme truth Brahma. Tvam, she who is referred to as thou. Ai, O Mother. Panchakoshantar Sthita, she who resides within the 5 sheets. Nihisima Mahima, she whose glory is limitless. Nitya Yavana, she who is ever youthful. Madashalini, she who is shining in a state of inebriation or intoxication. Madagurnita Raktakshi, she whose eyes are reddened, rolling with rapture and inward looking. Madapatala Gandhabuhu, she whose cheeks are rosy with rapture. Chandana Drava Digdhangi, she whose body is smeared with a sandalwood paste. Champeya Kusuma Priya, she who is especially fond of champaka flowers. Kushala, she who is skillful. Komalakara, she who is graceful in form. Kurukulla, she who is the Shakti Kurukulla, residing in the Kuruvinda ruby. Kuleshwari, she who is the ruler of Kula, that is, the triad of the knower, the known, and the knowledge. Kula Kundalaya, she who abides in the Kula Kunda, that is, the Bindu at the center of the pericarp in Mooladhara Chakra. Kaula Marga Tatpara Sevita, she who is worshipped by those devoted to the Kaula tradition. Kumara Gananathamba, she who is the mother of Kumara, that is Subramanya, and Gananatha, that is Ganapati. Tushtihi, she who is ever content. Pushtihi, she who is the power of nourishment. Matihi, she who manifests as intelligence. Dhritihi, she who is fortitude. Shantihi, she who is tranquility itself. Swastimatihi, she who is the ultimate truth. Kantihi, she who is effulgence. Nandini, she who gives delight. Vignanashini, she who destroys all obstacles. Tejovati, she who is effulgent. Trinayana, she who has the sun, moon and fire as her three eyes. Lolakshi Kamarupini, she whose eyes are expressing in the form of love in women. Malini, she who is wearing garlands. Hansini, she who is not separate from Hamsas, that is, the yoginis who have reached great spiritual heights. Mata, mother of the universe. Malayachala Vasini, she who resides in the Malaya mountain. Sumukhi, she who has a beautiful face. Nalini, she whose body is soft and beautiful like lotus petals. Subruhu, she who has beautiful eyebrows. Shobhana, she who is always radiant. Suranayika, she who is the leader of the gods. Kalakanthi, she who is the wife of Shiva. Kantimati, she who is radiant. Kshobhini, she who creates upheaval in the mind. Sukshma Rupini, she who has a form that is too subtle to be perceived by the sense organs. Vajreshwari, she who is Vajreshwari, the sixth daily deity. Vamadevi, she who is the wife of Vamadeva, that is Shiva. Vayovastha Vivarjita, she who is exempt from changes due to age, time. Siddheshwari, she who is the goddess worshipped by spiritual adepts. Siddha Vidya, she who is in the form of Siddha Vidya, the 15-syllabled mantra. Siddha Mata, she who is the mother of Siddhas. Yashaswini, she who is of unequaled renown. Vishuddhi Chakra Nilaya, she who resides in the Vishuddhi Chakra. Arakta Varna, she who is of slightly red rosy complexion. Trilochana, she who has three eyes. Khatwangadi Praharana, she who is armed with a club and other weapons. Vadanaika Samanvita, she who possesses only one face. Payasanna Priya, she who is especially fond of sweet rice. Tvakstha, she who is the deity of the organ of touch, that is skin. Pashuloka Bhayankari, she who fills with fear the mortal beings bound by worldly existence. Amritadi Mahashakti Samvrita, she who is surrounded by Amrita and other Shakti deities. Dakinishwari, she who is the Dakini deity. Anahatabja Nilaya, she who resides in the Anahata lotus in the heart. Shyamabha, she who is black in complexion. Vadanadvaya, she who has two faces. Danstrojvala, she who has shining tusks. Akshamaladi Dhara, she who is wearing garlands of Rudraksha beads and other things. Rudhira Sansthita, she who presides over the blood in the bodies of living beings. Kala Ratriyadi Shaktyav Ghavrita, she who is surrounded by Kalaratri and other Shaktis. Snigdhaudana Priya, she who is fond of food offerings containing ghee, oil and other substances containing fats. Mahavirendra Varada, she who bestows boons on great warriors. Rakinyamba Swarupini, she who is in the form of the Rakini deity. Manipurabja Nilaya, she who resides in the 10-petal lotus in the Manipur chakra. Vadanatraya Sanyuta, she who has 3 faces. Vajradhikayudhopeta, she who holds the Vajra, lightning bolt and other weapons. Damaryadi Bhiravruta, she who is surrounded by Damri and other attending deities. Raktavarna, she who is red in complexion. Mansa Nishtha, she who presides over the flesh in living beings. Gudanna Prita Manasa, she who is fond of sweet rice made with raw sugar. Samasta Bhakta Sukhada, she who confers happiness on all her devotees. Lakinyamba Swarupini, she who is in the form of the Lakini Yogini. Swadhishthanambu Jagata, she who resides in the 6-petaled lotus in the Swadhisthana, Kakini Yogini. Chaturvaktra Manohara, she who has 4 beautiful faces. Shuladhyayudha Sampanna, she who possesses the trident and other weapons, that is noose, skull and abhaya. Pita Varna, she who is yellow in color. Ati Garvita, she who is very proud. Medo Nishtha, she who resides in the fat in living beings. Madhuprita, she who is fond of honey and other offerings made with honey. Bandinyadi Samanvita, she who is accompanied by Bandhini and other Shaktis. Dhadyannasakta Hridaya, she who is particularly fond of offerings made with curd. Kakini Rupa Dharini, she who is in the form of Kakini Yogini. Mooladharambuja Rudha, she who is resident in the lotus in the Mooladhara. Panchavaktra, she who has 5 faces. Asthi Sanstita, she who resides in the bones. Ankushadi Praharana, she who holds the goad and other weapons. Varadadi Nishevita, she who is attended by Varada and other Shaktis. Mudgaudanasakta Chitta, she who is particularly fond of food offerings made of mugda, a lentil. Sakinyamba Swarupini, she who is in the form of Sakini Yogini. Agnya Chakrabja Nilaya, she who resides in the 2-petaled lotus in the Agnya Chakra. Shukla Varna, she who is white in color. Shadanana, she who has 6 faces. Majja Sanstha, she who is the presiding deity of the bone marrow. Hamsavati Mukhya Shakti Samanvita, she who is accompanied by the Shaktis Hamsavati and Shamavati in the two petals of the lotus. Haridra Naika Rasika, she who is fond of food seasoned with turmeric. Hakini Rupadharini, she who is in the form of Hakini Devi. Sahasradala Padmastha, she who resides in the 1,000-petaled lotus. Sarva Varnopa Shobhita, she who is radiant in many colors. Sarvayudha Dhara, she who holds all the known weapons. Shukla Sansthita, she who resides in the semen. Sarvato Mukhi, she who has faces turned in all directions. Sarvaudana Prita Chitta, she who is pleased by all offerings of food. Yakinyamba Swarupini, she who is in the form of Yakini Yogini. Swaha, she who is the object of the invocation Swaha at the end of mantras while offering oblations to the fire in yagya ceremonies. Swadha, she who is the object of the Swadha invocation at the end of mantras. Amatihi, she who is in the form of ignorance or nescience. Medha, she who is in the form of wisdom, knowledge. Shruti, she who is in the form of the Vedas. Smritihi, she who is in the form of Smriti, that is, works based on the meaning of Vedas. Anuttama, she who is the best, she who is not excelled by anyone. Punyakirti, she whose fame is sacred or righteous. Punyalabhya, she who is attained only by righteous souls. Punya Shravana Kirtana, she who bestows merit on anyone who hears of her and praises her. Pulomajarchita, she who is worshipped by Pulomaja, Indra's wife. Bandha Mochani, she who is free from bonds, she who gives release from bondage. Barbaralaka, she who has wavy locks of hair. Vimarsha Rupini, she who is in the form of Vimarsha, reflection or meaning. Vidya, she who is in the form of knowledge. Vyadadi Jagat Prasuhu, she who is the mother of the universe, which is the aggregate of all the elements starting with the ether. Sarva Vyadhi Prashamani, she who removes all diseases and sorrows. Sarva Mrityu Nivarini, she who guards her devotees from all kinds of death. Agraganya, she who is to be considered the foremost. Achintya Rupa, she who is of a form beyond the reach of thought. Kali Kalmasha Nashini, she who is the destroyer of the sins of the age of Kali. Katyayini, she who is the daughter of the sage named Kata. Kalahantri, she who is the destroyer of time, death. Kamalaksha Nishevita, she in whom Vishnu takes refuge. Tambula Purita Mukhi, she whose mouth is full from chewing betel. Dadimi Kusuma Prabha, she who shines like a pomegranate flower. Mrigakshi, she whose eyes are long and beautiful like those of a doe. Mohini, she who is enchanting. Mukhya, she who is the first. Mridani, she who is the wife of Mrida, that is Shiva. Mitra Rupini, she who is the friend of everyone, universe. Nitya Trupta, she who is eternally contented. Bhakta Nidhi, she who is the treasure of the devotees. Niyantri, she who controls and guides all beings on the right path. Nikhileshwari, she who is the ruler of all. 578th name. Maitriyadi Vasana Labhya, she who is to be attained by love and other good dispositions. Mahapralaya Sakshini, she who is witness to the great dissolution. Parashakti, she who is original, supreme power. Paranishtha, she who is the supreme end, the supreme abundance. Prajnana Ghanarupini, she who is pure, condensed knowledge. Madhvi Panalasa, she who is languid from drinking ambrosia or honey. Matta, she who is intoxicated. Matrika Varna Rupini, she who is in the form of the letters of the alphabet. Maha Kailasa Nilaya, she who resides in the great Kailash. Brunala Mrududorlata, she whose arms are as soft and cool as the lotus stem. Mahaniya, she who is adorable. Daya Murtihi, she who is the personification of compassion. Mahasamrajya Shalini, she who controls the great empire of the three worlds. Atmavidya, she who is the knowledge of the self. Mahavidya, she who is the seat of exalted knowledge, the knowledge of the self. Shri Vidya, she who is the sacred knowledge, that is Panchadashi Mantra. Kama Sevita, she who is worshipped by Kama Devata. Shri Shodashakshari Vidya, she who is in the form of the 16-syllabled mantra. Trikuta, she who is in the three parts of Panchadashi Mantra. Kama Kotika, she of whom Kama, that is Shiva, is a part or an approximate form. Kataksha Kinkari Bhuta Kamala Koti Sevita, she who is attended by millions of Lakshmis who are subdued by her mere glances. Shirastita, she who resides in the head. Chandranibha, she who is resplendent like the moon. Bhalasta, she who resides in the forehead between the eyebrows. Indra Danu Prabha, she who is resplendent like the rainbow. Hridayastha, she who resides in the heart. Ravi Prakhya, she who shines with the special brilliance of the sun. Trikonantara Deepika, she who shines as a light within the triangle. Dakshayani, she who is Sati Devi, the daughter of Daksha Prajapati. Daitya Hantri, she who is the killer of demons. Daksha Yajna Vinashini, she who is the destroyer of the sacrifice conducted by Daksha. Darandolita Dirghakshi, she who has long, tremulous eyes. Darahasojvalan Mukhi, she whose face is radiant with a smile. Gurumurtihi, she who has assumed a severe form, or one who has assumed the form of the Guru. Gunanidhihi, she who is the treasure house of all good qualities. Gomata, she who became Surabhi, the cow that grants all wishes. Guha Janma Buhu, she who is the mother of Guha, that is Subramanya. Deveshi, she who is the protector of the gods. Dandanitistha, she who maintains the rules of justice without the slightest error. Daharakasha Rupini, she who is the subtle self in the heart. Pratipanmukhya Rakanta Tithimandala Pujita, she who is worshipped daily starting with Pratipad, that is, first day of the lunar half moon and ending with the full moon. Kalatmika, she who is in the form of the Kalas. Kalanatha, she who is the mistress of all the Kalas. Kavyalapa Vinodini, she who delights in hearing poetry. Sachamara Ramavani Savya Dakshina Sevita, she who is attended by Lakshmi on the left side and Saraswati on the right side bearing ceremonial fans. Adi Shaktihi, she who is the primordial power, the Parashakti who is the cause of the universe. Ameya, she who is not measurable by any means. Atma, she who is the self in all. Parama, she who is the supreme. Pavanakruti, she who is of sacred form. Aneka Koti Brahmanda Janani, she who is the creator of many crores of worlds. Divya Vigraha, she who has a divine body. Kleemkari, she who is the creator of the syllable Kleem. Kevala, she who is the absolute, as she is complete, independent and without any attributes. Guhya, she who is to be known in secret. Kaivalya Padadaini, she who bestows liberation. Tripura, she who is older than the three, that is, Trinity of Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. Trijagadvandya, she who is adored by the inhabitants of all three worlds. Trimurtihi, she who is the aggregate of the Trinity, that is Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. Tridasheshwari, she who is the ruler of the gods. Triyakshari, she whose form consists of three letters or syllables Om, which is A, U, Ma. Divya Gandhadya, she who is richly endowed with divine fragrance. Sindhura Tilakanshita, she who shines with a vermilion mark on her forehead, she who is decorated with a special paste made of vermilion. Uma, she who is Parvati Devi. Shailendra Tanaya, she who is the daughter of Himavat, the king of the mountains. Gauri, she who has a fair complexion. Gandharva Sevita, she who is served by Gandharvas. Vishwagarbha, she who contains the whole universe in her womb. Swarnagarbha, she who is the cause of the universe. Avarada, she who destroys the unholy. Vagdhishwari, she who presides over speech. Dhyanagamya, she who is to be attained through meditation. Aparichedya, she whose limits cannot be ascertained, that is unlimited. Jnanada, she who gives knowledge of the self. Jnana Vigraha, she who is the embodiment of knowledge itself. Sarva Vedanta Samvedya, she who is known by all of Vedanta. Satyananda Swarupini, she whose form is existence and bliss. Lopa Mudrarchita, she who is worshipped by Lopamudra, wife of sage Agastya. Leela Klupta Brahmanda Mandala, she who has created and maintained the universe purely as a sport. Adrishya, she who is not perceived by the sense organs, normal eyes. Drishya Rahita, she who has nothing to see. Vignatri, she who knows the truth of the physical universe. Vedya Varjita, she who has nothing left to know. Yogini, she who is constantly united with Parashiva, she who possesses the power of yoga. Yogada, she who bestows the power of yoga. Yogya, she who deserves yoga of all kinds. Yogananda, she who is the bliss attained through yoga, she who enjoys the bliss of yoga. Yugandhara, she who is the bearer of the yugas. Ichha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti Swarupini, she who is in the form of the powers of will, knowledge and action. Sarvadhara, she who is the support of all. Supratishta, she who is firmly established. Sadasadrupadharini, she who assumes the forms of both being and non-being. Ashtamurtihi, she who has 8 forms. Ajajayatri, she who conquers ignorance. Lokayatra Vidhaini, she who directs the course of the worlds. Ekakini, she who is the lone one. Bhumarupa, she who is the aggregate of all existing things. Nirdvaita, she who is without the sense of duality. Dvaita Varjita, she who is beyond duality. Annada, she who is the giver of food to all living beings. Vasudha, she who is the giver of wealth. Vriddha, she who is ancient. Brahmatmaikya Swarupini, she whose nature is the union of Brahma and Atman. Brihati, she who is immense. Brahmani, she who is predominantly sattvic. Brahmi, she who presides over speech. Brahmananda, she who is ever immersed in the bliss of Brahma. Balipriya, she who is especially fond of sacrificial offerings. Bhasha Rupa, she who is in the form of language. Brihatsena, she who has a vast army. Bhava Bhava Vivarjita, she who is beyond being and non-being. Sukharadhya, she who is easily worshipped. Shubhakari, she who does good. Shobhana Sulabha Gatihi, she who is attained through a bright and easy path. Raja Rajeshwari, she who is the ruler of kings and emperors. Rajya Daini, she who gives dominion. Rajya Vallabha, she who protects all the dominions. Rajat Kripa, she who has a compassion that captivates everyone. Rajapitha Niveshita Nijashrita, she who establishes on royal thrones those who take refuge in her. Rajya Lakshmi, she who is the embodiment of the prosperity of the world. Koshanatha, she who is the mistress of the treasury. Chaturanga Baleshwari, she who commands armies of 4 types. Samrajya Daini, she who is the bestower of imperial dominion. Satyasandha, she who is devoted to or maintains truth. Sagara Mekhala, she who is girdled by the oceans. Deekshita, who is under a vow. Daitya Shamani, she who destroys the demons' wicked forces. Sarvaloka Vashankari, she who keeps all the worlds under her control. Sarvardha Datri, she who grants all desires. Savitri, she who is the creative power in the universe. Satchitananda Rupini, Sat is the absolute truth, Chit is the consciousness, Anand is the bliss. These are the 3 components of ultimate. They are therefore her forms. Desha Kala Parichinna, she who is not limited by time and space, she who is not measured by time and space. Sarvaga, she who pervades all the worlds and all living and non-living things, she who is omnipresent. Sarvamohini, she who deludes all. Saraswati, she who is in the form of knowledge. Shastramayi, she who is in the form of the scriptures, she whose limbs are the scriptures. Guhamba, she who is the mother of Guha, that is Subramanya, she who dwells in the cave of the heart. Guhya Rupini, she who has a secret form. Sarvopadhi Vinirmukta, she who is free from all limitations. Sadashiva Pativrata, she who is Sadashiva's devoted wife. Sampradayeshwari, she who is the guardian of sacred traditions. Sadhuhu, she who possesses equanimity. I, she who is the symbol I. Guru Mandala Rupini, she who embodies in herself the lineage of gurus. Kulotirna, she who transcends the senses. Bhagaradhya, she who is worshipped in the sun's disk. Maya, she who is illusion. Madhumati, she whose nature is as sweet as honey. Mahi, she who is the goddess earth. Ganamba, she who is the mother of Shiva's attendants. Guhyakaradhya, she who is worshipped by Guhyakas, a kind of devas. Komalangi, she who has beautiful limbs. Gurupriya, she who is beloved of the Gurus. Swatantra, she who is free from all limitations. Sarvatantreshi, she who is the goddess of all tantras. Dakshinamurti Rupini, she who is in the form of Dakshinamurti. Sanakadi Samaradhya, she who is worshipped by Sanaka and other sages. Shivajnana Pradayini, she who bestows the knowledge of Shiva. Chitkala, she who is the consciousness in Brahma. Ananda Kalika, she who is the bud of bliss. Prema Rupa, she who is pure love. Priyankari, she who grants what is dear to her devotees. Nama Parayana Prita, she who is pleased by the repetition of her names. Nandi Vidya, she who is the deity worshipped by the Nandi mantra. Nateshwari, she who is the wife of Natesha, that is Shiva. Midhya Jagadadishthana, she who is the basis of the illusory universe. Muktida, she who gives liberation. Mukti Rupini, she who is in the form of liberation. Lasya Priya, she who is fond of the Lasya dance. Layakari, she who causes absorption. Lajja, she who exists as bashful modesty in all living beings. Rambhadi Vandita, she who is adored by the celestial damsels such as Rambha. Bhavadava Sudhavrushti, she who is the rain of nectar falling on the forest fire of worldly existence. Paparanya Davanala, she who is like wildfire to the forest of sins. Daurbhagya Tulavatula, she who is the gale that drives away the cotton wisps of misfortune. Jaradvanta Raviprabha, she who is the sunlight that dispels the darkness of old age. Bhagyabdi Chandrika, she who is the full moon to the ocean of good fortune. Bhakta Chitta Keki Ghana Ghana, she who is the cloud that gladdens the peacocks who are the hearts of her devotees. Roga Parvata Dambholihi, she who is the thunderbolt that shatters the mountain of disease. Mrityudaru Kutarika, she who is the axe that cuts down the tree of death. Maheshwari, she who is the supreme goddess. Mahakali, she who is the great Kali. Mahagrasa, she who devours everything great, she who is the great devourer. Maharshana, she who eats everything that is great. Aparna, she who owes no debt. Chandika, she who is angry at the wicked. Chandamundasura Nishudhini, she who killed Chanda, Munda and other asuras. Ksharatmika, she who is in the form of both the perishable and imperishable Atma. Sarvalokeshi, she who is the ruler of all worlds. Vishwadharini, she who supports the universe. Trivarga Datri, she who bestows the three goals of life. Subhaga, she who is the seat of all prosperity. Trayambaka, she who has three eyes. Trigunatmika, she who is the essence of the three gunas. Swargapa Vargada, she who bestows heaven and liberation. Shuddha, she who is the purest. Japa Pushpa Nibhakritihi, she whose body is like the hibiscus flower. Ojovati, she who is full of vitality. Dhyutidhara, she who is full of light and splendor, she who has an aura of light. Yagya Rupa, she who is in the form of sacrifice. Priyavrata, she who is fond of vows. Duraradhya, she who is difficult to worship. Duradarsha, she who is difficult to control. Patali Kusuma Priya, she who is fond of the patali flower, pale red trumpet flower. Mahati, she who is great, she who is in the form of Mahati. Narada's Veena. Meru Nilaya, she who resides in the Meru mountain. Mandara Kusuma Priya, she who is fond of the Mandara flowers. Veera Radhya, she who is worshipped by heroic persons. Virat Rupa, she who is in the form of the cosmic whole. Viraja, she who is without rajas, that is desire and anger. Vishwatomukhi, she who faces all directions. Pratyagrupa, she who is the indwelling self. Parakasha, she who is the transcendental ether, which is the material cause of the cosmic and individual bodies. Pranada, she who is the giver of life. Pranarupini, she who is the nature of life. Martanda Bhairavaradhya, she who is worshipped by Martanda Bhairava. Mantrini Nyasta Rajyaduhu, she who has entrusted her regal responsibilities to her Mantrini. Tripureshi, she who is the goddess of Tripura. Jayatsena, she who has an army which is accustomed only to victory. Nistre Gunya, she who is devoid of the three gunas. Para, she who is both Para and Apara. Satya Jnanananda Rupa, she who is truth, knowledge and bliss. Samarasya Parayana, she who is immersed in a state of steady wisdom. Kapardini, she who is the wife of Kapardi, that is Shiva, one with matted hair. Kalamala, she who wears all 64 forms of art as a garland. Kamaduk, she who fulfills all desires. Kamarupini, she who has a desirable form. Kalanidhi, she who is the treasure house of all arts. Kavya Kala, she who is the art of poetry. Rasagnya, she who knows all the rasas. Rasa Shevadihi, she who is the treasure house of rasa. Pushtha, she who is always full of vigor. Puratana, she who is ancient. Pujya, she who is worthy of worship by all. Pushkara, she who is complete, she who gives nourishment to all. Pushkarekshana, she who has eyes like lotus petals. Paranjyotihi, she who is the supreme light. Parandhama, she who is the supreme abode. Paramanuhu, she who is the subtlest particle. Paratpara, she who is the most supreme of the supreme ones. Pashahasta, she who holds a noose in her hand. Pashahantri, she who destroys the bonds. Paramandra Vibhedini, she who breaks the spell of the evil mantras of the enemy. Murta, she who has forms. Amurta, she who has no definite form. Anitya Tripta, she who is satisfied even by our perishable offerings. Muni Manasa Hansika, she who is the swan in the Manasa lake of the minds of sages. Satyavrata, she who abides firmly in truth. Satyarupa, she who is truth itself. Sarvantaryamini, she who dwells inside all. Sati, she who is reality, the eternal being. Brahmani, she who is the tail that is Brahma, the support for all. Brahma, she who is Brahma. Janani, she who is the mother. Bahurupa, she who has a multitude of forms. Buddharchita, she who is worshipped by the wise. Prasavitri, she who is mother of the universe. Prachanda, she who is full of awe-inspiring wrath. Agnya, she who is divine commandment itself. Pratishtha, she who is the foundation. Prakatakruti, she who is manifested in the form of the universe. Praneshwari, she who lords over the 5 pranas and the senses. Pranadatri, she who is the giver of life. Panchashat Pitha Rupini, she who has 50 centers of worship. Vishrunkhala, she who is unfettered, free in every way. Viviktastha, she who abides in secluded places. Veeramata, she who is the mother of the valiant. Viyat Prasuho, she who is the mother to the ether. Mukunda, she who gives salvation. Mukti Nilaya, she who is the abode of salvation. Moola Vigraha Rupini, she who is the root form of everything. Bhavagnya, she who is the knower of all thoughts and sentiments. Bhavarogagni, she who eradicates the diseases of the cycle of birth and death. Bhavachakra Pravartini, she who turns the wheel of the cycle of birth and death. Chandah Sara, she who is the essence of all the Vedas. Shastra Sara, she who is the essence of all the scriptures. Mantra Sara, she who is the essence of all the mantras. Talodari, she who is slender-waisted. Udara Kirtihi, she who possesses exalted fame. Uddama Vaibhava, she whose prowess is unlimited. Varna Rupini, she who is in the form of the letters of the alphabets. Janma Mrityu Jara Tapta Jana Vishranti Daini, she who gives peace and repose to those who are afflicted by birth, death and decrepitude. Sarvopanishad Udghushta, she who is celebrated by all the Upanishads. Shantyatita Kalatmika, she who transcends the state of peace. Gambhira, she who is unfathomable. 855th name. Gaganantastha, she who resides in the ether space. Garvita, she who is proud. Gana Lolupa, she who delights in music. Kalpana Rahita, she who is free from imaginary attributes. Kashta, she who dwells in the highest state, that is, beyond which there is nothing. Akanta, she who ends all sins and sorrows. Kantardha Vigraha, she who is half the body of her husband. Karya Karana Nirmukta, she who is free from the bond of cause and effect. Kama Keli Tarangita, she who is overflowing with pleasure in the union with Kameshwara. Kanat Kanaka Tatanka, she who wears glittering gold ear ornaments. Leela Vigrahadharini, she who assumes various glorious forms as a sport. Aja, she who has no birth. Kshaya Vinirmukta, she who is free from decay. Mugdha, she who is captivating in her beauty. Kshipra Prasadhini, she who is quickly pleased. Antharmukha Samaradhya, she who is to be worshipped internally. Bahirmukha Sudurlabha, she who is difficult to attain by those whose attention is directed outwards. Trayi, she who is the three Vedas. Trivarga Nilaya, she who is the abode of the threefold aims of human life. Tristha, she who resides in the three worlds. Tripura Malini, she who is the goddess of the Antardashara Chakra of the Shri Chakra. Niramaya, she who is free from diseases of all kinds. Niralamba, she who depends on no one. Swatma Rama, she who rejoices in her own self. Sudhashrutihi, she who is the source of nectar. Sansara Panka Nirmagna Samudharana Pandita, she who is skilled in raising those who are immersed in the mire of transmigratory life. Yagya Priya, she who is fond of sacrifices and other rituals. Yagya Kartri, she who is the doer of sacrificial rites. Yajamana Swarupini, she who is in the form of Yajamana, who directs sacrificial rites. Dharmadhara, Dharma is the code of right conduct handed down by tradition in each age. She is the support of right conduct. Dhanadhyaksha, she who oversees wealth. Dhanadhanya Vivardhini, she who increases wealth and harvest. Viprapriya, she who is fond of the learned. Viprarupa, she who is in the form of a knower of the self. Vishwabhramanakarini, she who makes the universe go around through her power of illusion. Vishwagrasa, she who devours the universe. Vidrumabha, she who shines like coral with her red complexion. Vaishnavi, she who is in the form of Vishnu. Vishnu Rupini, she who is in a form that extends over the whole universe. Ayonihi, she who is without origin. Yoni Nilaya, she who is the seat of all origins. Kutastha, she who remains unchanged like the anvil. Kularupini, she who is the deity of the Kaula path. Veera Goshti Priya, she who is fond of the assembly of warriors. Veera, she who is heroic. Naishkarmya, she who abstains from actions. Nadarupini, she who is in the form of the primal sound. Vijnana Kalana, she who realizes the knowledge of Brahma. Kalya, she who is capable of creation. Vidagdha, she who is expert in everything. Baindavasana, she who is seated in the Baindava chakra, that is, spot between the eyebrows. Tattvadhika, she who transcends all cosmic categories. Tattvamayi, she who is reality itself, she who is Shiva himself. Tattvamartha Swarupini, she who is the meaning of Tat, that is that, and Tvam, that is thou. Samagana Priya, she who is fond of the chanting of the Samaveda. Saumya, she who is benign and gentle in nature, of a cool, gentle nature as the moon. Sadashiva Kutumbini, she who is the wife of Sadashiva. Savyapasavya Margastha, she who occupies or can be reached by both the left and right. Sarvapad Vinirvarini, she who removes all dangers. Swastha, she who abides in herself, she who is free from all afflictions. Swabhava Madhura, she who is sweet in her inherent nature. Dhira, she who is wise, who gives wisdom. Dhira Samarchita, she who is worshipped by the wise and brave, meaning she cannot be worshipped by the cowardly and stupid. Chaitanyarghya Samaradhya, she who is worshipped with consciousness as the oblation. Chaitanya Kusuma Priya, she who is fond of the flower that is consciousness. Sadodita, she who is ever shining. Sadatushta, she who is ever pleased. Tarunaditya Patala, she who is rosy like the morning sun. Dakshina Dakshinaaradhya, she who is adored by both right and left-handed worshippers. Darasmera Mukhambuja, she whose lotus face holds a sweet smile. Kaulini Kevala, she who is worshipped as pure knowledge, consciousness, by the spiritual aspirants following the Kaula path. Anarghya Kaivalya Padadaini, she who confers the priceless fruit of final liberation. Stotra Priya, she who is fond of hymns in her praise. Stuti Matihi, she who is the true object, the essence of all praises. Shruti Sanstuta Vaibhava, she whose glory is celebrated in the Shrutis. Manaswini, she who is well known for her mind. Manavati, she who is high-minded, she who has great fame. Maheshi, she who is the wife of Mahesha. Mangala Kritihi, she who is of auspicious form. Vishwamata, she who is the mother of the universe. Jagadhatri, she who is the mother who protects and sustains the world. Vishalakshi, she who has large eyes. Viragini, she who is dispassionate. Pragalbha, she who is skillful and confident. Paramodara, she who is supremely generous. Paramoda, she who is supremely joyful. Manomai, she who is in the form of the mind. Vyomakeshi, she who has the sky as her hair. Vimanastha, she who is seated in her celestial chariot, she who journeys in her celestial chariot along with the gods. Vajrini, she who bears the Vajra weapon, that is thunderbolt. Vamakeshwari, she who is the presiding deity of the Vamakeshwara Tantra. Panchayagna Priya, she who is fond of the 5 forms of sacrifices, which are Agnihotra, Darsha Purnamasa, Chaturmasya, Goyagya and Somayagya. Panchapreta Manchadhishayini, she who reclines on a couch made of 5 corpses. Panchami, she who is the 5th after Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra and Ishvara. Panchabhuteshi, she who is the goddess of the 5 elements. Panchasankhyopacharini, she who is worshipped using 5 objects of worship, which are fragrance, flower, incense, lamp and food. Shashwati, she who is eternal. Shashwataishwarya, she who holds eternal sovereignty. Sharmada, she who is the giver of happiness. Shambhu Mohini, she who deludes Shiva. Dhara, she who is Mother Earth. Dharasuta, she who is the daughter of Dhara, that is Himavat. Dhanya, she who possesses great wealth, she who is extremely blessed. Dharmini, she who is righteous. Dharmavardhini, she who promotes righteousness. Lokatita, she who transcends the worlds. Gunatita, she who transcends the gunas. Sarvatita, she who transcends everything. Shamatmika, she who is of the nature of peace and bliss. Bandhuka Kusuma Prakhya, she who resembles the Bandhuka flower in beauty and grace. Bala, she who never forsakes the nature of a child. Leela Vinodini, she who delights in her sport. Sumangali, she who is eternally auspicious, she who never becomes a widow. Sukhakari, she who gives happiness. Suveshadhya, she who is very attractive in her beautiful rich garments and ornaments. Suvasini, she who is ever auspiciously married. Suvasinyarchana Prita, she who is pleased by the worship by married women. Ashobhana, she who is always radiant. Shuddha Manasa, she who is of pure mind, she who purifies the mind of her worshippers. Bindu Tarpana Santushta, she who is pleased by offerings to the Bindu of Sri Chakra. Purvaja, she who is ahead of everyone, first born. Tripurambika, she who is the mother of the Tripuras, that is 3 cities. Dashamudra Samaradhya, she who is worshipped by 10 mudras, which are Sarva Sanshobhini, Sarva Vidravini, Sarva Akarshini, Sarva Vashankari, Sarvonmadini, Sarva Mahankusha, Sarva Khechari, Sarva Bija, Sarva Yoni and Sarva Trikhanda. Tripurashri Vashankari, she for whom Tripurashri is under control. Jnana Mudra, she who is in the form of Jnana Mudra. Jnana Gamya, she who is to be attained through the yoga of knowledge. Jnanagneya Swarupini, she who is both knowledge and the known. Yoni Mudra, she who is in the form of the Yoni Mudra. Trikhandeshi, she who is the ruler of the 10th Mudra, the Trikhanda. Triguna, she who is endowed with the 3 gunas of Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. Amba, she who is the mother of all beings, mother of the universe. Trikonaga, she who resides in the triangle. Anagha, she who is sinless. Adbhuta Charitra, she whose deeds are marvelous. Vanchitartha Pradayini, she who gives all the desired objects. Abhyasatishaya Jnata, she who is known only through the exceedingly strenuous practice of spiritual discipline. Shadadvatita Rupini, she whose form transcends the 6 paths. Avyaja Karunamurtihi, she who is pure compassion. Ajnana Dvanta Deepika, she who is the bright lamp that dispels the darkness of ignorance. Abala Gopa Vidita, she who is well known by all, even by children and cowherds. Sarvanullangya Shasana, she whose commands are not disobeyed by anyone. Shri Chakra Rajanilaya, she who abides in Shri Chakra, the king of chakras. Shrimat Tripura Sundari, she who is the divine Tripura Sundari Devi. Shri Shiva, she who is the auspicious and divine Shiva. Shiva Shaktiaikya Rupini, she who is the union of Shiva and Shakti into one form. Lalitambika, she who is the divine mother Lalita. Shreem Hreem Aim Om Evam Shri Lalita Devya Nam Sahasrakam Jaguhu Iti Shri Brahmanda Purane Uttarakhande Shri Hayagrivagasthya Samvade Shri Lalita Sahasranama Stotra Kathanam Sampurnam. Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devyai Namo Namaha. Chapter 12, Episode 4. Deeksha Vidhi. Narad said, Bhagwan, there is one knowledge I still have to get, and without which one does not have the authority to recite the Sahasranam of the Devi. That is Deeksha. Please describe this to me in detail. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, I will tell you about that which entitles and qualifies one to offer puja to the gods, Agni and the Guru. This not only gives divine knowledge but also is the main ingredient in the neutralization of karmas and sins. This is what is called Deeksha. It is absolutely essential for the Guru and the Shishya both to be absolutely cleansed. Early in the morning, the Guru should take his prescribed bath and then with Kamandalu in hand, he should walk from the river to his house. There he should take his seat in the Yajna Mandap. He should sprinkle holy water on the samagri and on the doors. The left side of the door represents Ganga and the right side represents Yamuna and the middle represents Bhagawati Lakshmi. Then he should purify all his limbs with the full knowledge that his body is the footstool of Bhagawati Adi Shakti and has to be worthy of the lotus feet. The sadhaka must have his ritual bath and purify himself in the full knowledge that he is about to receive a most precious gift. He must anoint all his limbs and his body with sandal paste and other perfumed ingredients. He should fill a kalash with water and pray to the holy rivers to come into the kalash. Then he should cover the mouth of the kalash with tender leaves of the peepal, jackfruit and mango trees. Then he should wrap the kalash in 2 pieces of cloth. He should offer to the Devi water for washing feet, for sipping, and 2 pieces of red silk cloth. Then he should perform puja by offering black aguru, fragrant wood, camphor, perfume, saffron mixed with kasturi, sandalwood, kund flowers, that is lotus, gugul, that is fragrant resin, ushir, that is fragrant root of kush vetiver, jaggery, and dhoop mixed with honey, which is dear to the Devi. Then he should offer Naivedya, that is 9 kinds of delicacies. He should sprinkle holy water with sprigs of kusha grass. No other water should be used. After the puja, the Guru and the Shishya should observe silence, eat their food and sleep in the mandap. The next morning, after bath and ritual cleansing, the Guru who is dissolved in Guru Brahma imparts his Nirmal Vidya to his Shishya. They must perform a Havan and invite all the gods to attend. As they invoke each deity, a special offering is put into the Havan. After dissolving himself into Guru Brahma, the Guru should pass on to his Shishya the Chaitanya that is flowing through him. The Shishya offers Pushpanjali and is made to sit on a seat made of kusha grass. Here, the Guru cleanses the elements of the Shishya by doing Abhishek of the Shishya using the sacred water of the Kalash. After this, the Shishya is dressed in new clothes and made to sit next to the Guru. The Guru expresses the desire that Bhagavati Shiva, who is in my heart, should reign over the heart of my Shishya. Then he anoints the Shishya with fragrant substances, puts his hand on the head of the Shishya and whispers 3 times in his ear the Mahamantras of Adi Shakti. Then the Shishya chants this mantra 108 times. Then the Shishya prostrates before the Guru in adoration and surrender. Narad, I have just told you the supreme ceremony of Deeksha being given by a Guru to his Shishya. Now you should fully involve and immerse yourself in the worship of the Supreme Guru, the Almighty Adi Shakti, by whose grace I have reached this stage of ascent. Vyasji says, Rajan, after this very inspiring and valuable discourse, Bhagwan Narayan closed his eyes and went into meditation on the lotus feet of Bhagawati Adishakti. Narad offered pranams to the great Guru and left with the intention of settling down into meditation and worship of Adishakti. Chapter 12, Episode 5. The vanity, conceit and arrogance of the gods, unsuccessful attempts by Agni and Vayu to burn all the grass. Indra gets darshan of Bhagawati Uma and Gyanopadesh, discourse on knowledge. Janmejay asked, O foremost of gods and knower of the Shastras, nothing is hidden from you. When the Shrutis have directed that worship of the Shakti is the only way to get Moksha, why are people still worshipping other deities? Brahman, what is the reason? Please tell me. Also earlier, you had mentioned the importance of Manidweep. I desire to know what qualities it has which makes it the abode of the Devi. Sudji says, Munis, hearing this desire of Maharaj Janmejay, Bhagwan Vyasji began to speak. Vyasji said, Rajan, you have asked a very wise question because in the present context of time, it is most relevant and useful. It is apparent that you are intelligent and have deep knowledge and respect for the Vedas. This is an ancient story. The proud and arrogant Daityas went to war against the gods, and this lasted for 100 years. Various kinds of weapons and strange illusory powers were being used. It seemed as if the time of the great dissolution of the world had arrived. But by the grace of Bhagawati Parashakti, the gods were victorious and the Daityas went back to Patal. This made the Devas very proud and conscious of their victory. They boasted that the war was won entirely due to their own valor and prowess. They were overcome by delusion and illusion and could not recognize the doer, the great power of Parashakti. In her great mercy and benevolence, the most compassionate Devi Bhagavati Jagadamba manifested as a Yaksh, that is, a kind of demigod. The Yaksh shone with radiance and brilliance of 1 crore suns and the silvery coolness of 1 crore of moons. The Shri Vigraha, that is, form bearing divine arms and lotus feet and heavenly robes and ornaments, blazed with the brilliance of crores of flashes and lightning. The gods were wonderstruck as they had never seen dazzling radiance like this before. They decided, we must go and ask who this Yaksh is and discover the secret of this power, and then we can decide on a course of action. Indra called Agni and said, as you are our voice, you can go and find out who this Yaksh is. When Agni appeared before him, the Yaksh asked, "Pray, who are you and what qualities do you possess?" Agni replied, "I am Agni and I am also called Jat Veda. I have the power to consume the whole world with my fire." The most divine Yaksh placed a sprig of kusha grass before Agni and said, "If you have the power to burn the whole world into ashes, burn this blade of grass and show me." Agni commanded all his strength and tried to burn the sprig but could not succeed. He left the place and went to heaven very ashamed and said, "We are not as powerful as we thought, and our claims are premature." Then Indra sent Vayu, saying, "Your winds are the warp and weft which weave the whole world. It is by your energy that the earth has movement and action. By your pranava, that is life force, you maintain the balance of all Shaktis within living beings. You go and find out who this Yaksh is. No one else can succeed." Hearing Indra's words of praise and importance, Vayu's vanity and self-conceit knew no bounds. Seeing him approach, Yaksh spoke in sweet tones, "Who are you and what Shaktis do you have?" "I am the great Matrekshva, checkmate. I am also known as Vayudeva. I have boundless Shakti and I also maintain mobilization of forces and gravitation of all things. Because of me, the business of existence happens in the world." Yaksh said, "There is a blade of grass lying before you. Displace it if you can. If you cannot, you must surrender your ego and return to Indra and admit defeat." Vayu summoned all his powers and tried to make the blade of grass fly, but he could not move it even an inch from its place. He hung his head in shame, surrendered his ego, and returned to Indra. He said, "We have not been able to recognize this Yaksh. We are lost in our pride and ego. This Yaksh is not of this world, and his dazzling brilliance is unbearable to the eye." Then all the gods requested Indra to go himself and find out who the Yaksh was. Indra set out with great arrogance to meet the Yaksh, but when he reached, the Yaksh had withdrawn from there. Indra felt very insulted and belittled that Yaksh did not even wish to meet him. Indra realized that he could not go back to the gods and tell them that he had been spurned. He humbled down, dissolved his ego, and prostrated in a gesture of surrender. No sooner had he done this than he heard a voice from heaven. "Sahasraksh, that is thousand-eyed one, you must chant the Maya Bij. Only then you can be happy." Instantly, Indra began to chant the Maya Bij. He closed his eyes, meditated upon the Devi, and without food or water, he kept chanting the mantra for a long time. One day, in the month of Chaitra, during the 9th day of Shukla Paksh, at the time of midday, in the very same spot, a great brightness began to manifest. In the heart of that stream of light, that is Tejpunj, sat a Devi filled with youth and light. Her complexion was like Japakusum, that is China rose, and radiant like the first rays of the morning sun. A 2-day-old moon was mounted on her crown, and she bore boons, gift of a deity, gourd and noose, and Abhaydan Mudra, that is posture of protection. Her limbs were as graceful and delicate as vines. She was the goddess Shiva. For her devotees, Bhagavati Jagadamba is the Kalpavriksha, that is wish-fulfilling tree. She was decked with beautiful ornaments, and around her neck hung a fragrant garland of chameli, that is a variety of jasmine. On all four sides, the Vedas had assumed forms and were singing her praises. By the sparkling radiance of her teeth, the whole world was illumined as if laden with rubies. Her shining face looked like a crore of beautiful Kamadevas. Her raiments were glorious red, and her body was smeared with red sandal paste, that is Rakta Chandan. This was the goddess Uma, who manifested in the Himalayas, Sakshat Bhagawati Jagadamba. She is causeless, the cause of all causes. On receiving this darshan, Indra was filled with joy and happiness. He was filled with vibrations, and tears of joy flowed from his eyes. He prostrated at the lotus feet of Bhagavati Jagadishwari and sang all forms of stotras to please her. Then, bowing his head in reverence and worship, he said, "O most beautiful Devi, who was this Yaksha and why did he manifest? Please tell me the cause." Hearing this, the ocean of compassion, the merciful Devi said, "I am the cause of all causes. I am the Maya, witness and sustainer of all. I am that state which has been described in the Vedas and which people try to experience by renunciation and meditation. I will tell you that in its essence. That is the one which is called Om. That is the Brahma, the divine knowledge. That is also in the form of Hrim. Deveshwar, Om and Hrim, these are my two main Bija mantras. I exist in these two parts and cause the whole creation. It is this, the first part of each is Satchit Anand Brahma, and the second part is Maya Prakriti, that is illusory creation. That Maya is verily Parashakti, and I am that. This is my illusory state. At the time of pralaya or dissolution, all this dissolves into me and becomes a chakra in my body. And according to their karmas and resultant evolutionary state of spiritual and material maturity that living beings had achieved at the time of dissolution, that same state is assumed by me in all life forms in the new creation. The energy that is antarmukhi, that is opening inwards, becomes Maya or Yoga Maya, and the energy that is bahirmukhi, that is opening outwards, is called Tam or Avidya. Tamo Rupini Bahirmukhi Maya is what causes the creation of the living world. This same primal energy presides as Rajoguna. Brahma, Vishnu and Maheshwar are Trigunatmak. The predominance of Rajogun caused Brahma, the predominance of Sattvagun caused Vishnu, and the predominance of Tamogun caused Rudra to come into being. Those having tangible mass and matter are called Brahma. Those which are subtle, that is Sukshma, are called Vishnu, and those which are causal or instrumental are called Rudra. And beyond these three gunas, there is a fourth state, and that is me. That which is called all-pervading form is me. Above all, this is Parabrahma. That is me in Nirakar, that is formless. Nirgun, without attributes, and Sagun, with attributes, are my two manifestations. Maya Rahit, that is, devoid of Shakti, is Nirgun, and Maya Yukt, that is, possessing Shakti, is Sagun. It is in those forms that I, after creation, enter and reside within all living beings and instigate their actions according to fate and destiny. It is this same working of mind which gives instigation to Brahma, Vishnu and Rudra to create, sustain and dissolve. Pavan, that is wind god, moves in obeisance to me, as also the sun follows his path in the universe in obeisance to me. It is on my command that Indra, Agni and Yam perform their functions, because I am the supreme and most omnipotent Shakti. It is by my benevolence that you gain victory in all your campaigns. You are the puppets and I am the one who holds the strings. I am the one who causes victory, sometimes for the gods and sometimes for the Daityas. I am the doer and my attention is always on fate and destiny, that is, prarabdha. In your ego, you forget my all-pervading self, my Shakti. Your wisdom got eclipsed by your ego. Insurmountable Maya left its deep impression on you. Therefore, out of compassion, my light shone on you as Yaksha. So, now all of you should surrender your ego and take refuge in my form as Satchidananda Rupini. Vyasji says, Janmejay, after saying this, the great Ishwari, Bhagawati Mahadevi, removed herself from his sight. Then all the Devatas surrendered their egos and arrogance and began to worship Bhagavati Jagadamba. Rajan, this is how it came to pass that in Satya Yuga, all the twice born, that is realized souls, are completely immersed in the worship of Bhagavati Adi Shakti. Chapter 12, Episode 6. Muni Gautam. By the grace and favour of Gayatri, countless Brahmin families get the protection of Muni Gautam. They incur the wrath of the Muni by their ingratitude and he pronounces a horrible curse on them. Vyasji says, Rajan, it happened a long time ago that to punish living beings for their karmas, Indra stopped the rain for 15 years. This drought brought about dreadful annihilation and destruction. In every house there were so many dead that it was impossible to count the bodies. Crazed by hunger, people began to eat each other. In this situation, the Brahmins decided to go to Gautamji, who had received enlightenment from his long tapasyas. At that moment, Gautam was in his ashram meditating on the Devi. They had heard that in his ashram there is protection and refuge for all, and many living things have gathered there. The Brahmins collected all their puja articles, their cows, their maids, and their families. From all directions, Brahmins were arriving at Gautam's ashram. The Muni received the Brahmins with all protocol and offered them seats. Then he inquired after their well-being and asked why they had arrived in such large numbers. The Brahmins told him their problem. He offered them his protection and said, I am your servant and this is your ashram. I am honored to have so many Brahmins of such high spiritual stature. Just by your presence, my evil tendencies become pious and virtuous. So please bless my ashram with the dust of your feet. I am indeed very fortunate to be able to receive you in my ashram. Vyasji says, after welcoming them, Munivar Gautam began to sing the praises of the Devi. O Devi, obeisance to you. You are verily Mahavidya, the highest knowledge, Veda Mata, mother of the Vedas, and the embodiment of wisdom. You are the immeasurable supreme object of worship and attention. Mother, you are always present in your true forms. You who are in the form of Hrim, I worship you again and again. You assume the forms of Swaha and Swadha, that is, mantras used during offering of oblations, and I worship you again and again. For your devotees, you are Kalpataru and you are the supreme witness. I worship you again and again. Your form is beyond the fourth dimension, that is Turyavastha se atit hai, and you are Satchidananda, that is truth, consciousness and bliss. I worship you again and again. संपूर्ण वेदांतों के वेद्य विषय हो. You are the irrefutable authenticity of all the scriptures, and I worship you again and again. You reside in Surya Mandal, that is cosmos. I worship you again and again. At dawn, you are glowing red like the newborn sun. At noon, you appear like the youthful sun, and at dusk, you appear in mature form. I worship you again and again. Please grant liberation to all living beings. O Devi Parameshwari, forgive my indiscretions. Bhagawati Jagadamba was so pleased that she appeared before Muni Gautam. She gave Gautam a miraculous pot from which he could feed the multitude of Brahmins who had come to his ashram. Then she spoke to him. Mune, whatever you require, this vessel will provide. Saying this, the most omnipotent Bhagawati Jagadamba removed herself from his sight. Rajan, this vessel produced so much rice that it was as big as a mountain. 6 kinds of flavors, different kinds of divine grass, divine ornaments, silk clothes, ingredients for yagyas, and various types of utensils were all supplied by the miracle vessel. Rajan, Muni Gautam was a very great soul, Mahatma. Whatever he desired in his heart, it all materialized from the vessel. He invited all the Brahmins and gave them food and clothes and wealth. He also gave them cows and buffaloes, puja utensils, and other materials for yagyas and all other things which were received from the divine vessel. Everybody assembled, and as directed by Muni Gautam, they performed a yagya. Just like paradise, this ashram became expansive, bestowing shelter and refuge to all who came there for protection. All the most beautiful things of the world had been provided by the vessel, and all the Brahmin ladies were decked in fine clothes and jewels. All the Brahmins in their fine garments and sandal paste looked like gods from Indra's palace. The celebrations were enjoyed without fear of sickness or interference from daityas or demons. The ashram was spread over a large area, and many living things came for protection, which Gautam gave liberally. And even the devas were pleased because they received the offerings of the great number of yagyas. Indra himself announced in his kingdom, Muni Gautam has become like a kalpavriksha, that is, wish-fulfilling tree for us. Because of him, we are getting our requirements fulfilled. Otherwise, in these days of famine and drought, who will be able to perform yagyas, and from where will we get sustenance? In this manner, Muni Gautam supported the Brahmin community and looked after them as if they were his children, and never did he feel any ego about it. He had erected a special altar for Bhagawati Jagadamba, and all the Munis and Brahmins would go there and perform puja to the Devi. It happened once that Narad Muni visited that place. His melodious veena played sweet music and he was singing the praises of Bhagawati Jagadamba. He entered and sat among the Munis. They welcomed him with the proper protocol. Narad Ji began to describe the fame that had spread in heaven about Muni Gautam. Indra himself had been praising Muni Gautam and had mentioned that the grace of Bhagawati Jagadamba was upon him. That is what made Narada visit the ashram to see for himself this great blessing that had been bestowed upon Muni Gautam. All the Brahmins present had been the beneficiaries of Gautam's generosity, but some of them became jealous of the praises that were being showered on Gautam. They plotted to do something which would detract and defame the Muni. Within a few days, the earth was blessed with rain. Everywhere the conditions improved and the famine ended. The group of jealous and ungrateful Brahmins decided to lay a curse on Muni Gautam. Maharaj, who can describe the magnitude of the play of time? Rajan, those ungrateful Brahmins, by their power of Maya, created a cow that was dying from starvation. They placed it outside the Yagyashala, that is, shelter where pujas are performed. When Muni Gautam came out and saw the cow, he called out to it, but it fell down dead. Immediately, the Brahmins loudly accused Muni Gautam of killing the cow. The Muni had just come out after performing yagya. He closed his eyes and meditated on the reason for the present happening and immediately divined the evil intentions of the Brahmins. He became so angry that it was like Judgment Day. His eyes became red and he pronounced a curse on the guilty Brahmins. O base and worthless Brahmins! From today, you lose the privilege of meditating on Devi Jagadamba and have no authority to use her sacred mantra. May you also lose your rights to the Vedas. You will have no authority to perform yagyas enjoined by the holy writ or access to information contained in the Vedas. You also lose the privilege of worshipping Shiva and using his mantras or shastras. You will not have permission to meditate on Bhagavati Sri Devi, nor can you go within hearing distance of her descriptions or episodes, and this will cause you to fall into the lowest category of your caste. You will not be invited to any places of worship of the Devi, nor can you utter her mantras, and you will always be considered inauspicious. You cannot witness celebrations in honor of the Devi, nor can you go in the vicinity of the devotees of the Devi. You lose the right to attend celebrations in honor of Bhagwan Shiva, and you cannot felicitate the devotees of Shiva. You lose the privilege of using Rudraksh, Bilva leaves and sacred Bhasma, that is ash. In gatherings of pious and virtuous people, you will lose your claim or privileged place. You will suffer loss of tranquility. At pujas, yagyas and holy gatherings, you will be considered inauspicious. You will not be authorized to conduct ceremonies of offerings to the forefathers. You will lose your right to receive gifts of cows, that is Godan. You no longer have authority to perform Chandrayan or Prayashchit Vrat, that is penance or fast for expiation of sins. You will live useless lives. You will be counted among those unfortunate beings who sell their father, mother, sister, son, daughter and wife. You will suffer the same consequences as those who sell the Vedas, holy places and dharmas. Your progeny will also bear this curse. What more can I say? The Creator herself, Bhagawati Jagadamba, must be displeased with you, and the only place fit for you is hell. Vyasji said, Rajan, after pronouncing this terrible curse, Muni Gautam rinsed his mouth with water. Then he entered the prayer room to meditate on the Devi. He prostrated in deep adoration. The most supreme Devi was also witnessing the ingratitude of the Brahmins. Muni Gautam saw surprise on the lotus face of the Devi. She said to him, O fortunate one, the milk which is fed to the snake only nourishes it to produce more poison. Do not get perturbed. Actions performed in ego often end in deceit. After the Devi removed herself from his sight, Muni Gautam returned to his seat to meditate. Reeling under the curse, whatever Veda Dhyayan, that is study and meditation of the Vedas, the Brahmins had done, were wiped out of their memory and they could not recall or recite the Devi mantra. A most disturbing spectre loomed before them. All the Brahmins were filled with remorse and repentance. They fell at the feet of Muni Gautam and were so ashamed and sorry that they could not speak. They kept begging the Muni, Please be appeased. Please forgive us. They surrounded him on all sides and kept pleading for pardon. The compassionate Muni Gautam began to feel pity for them. He said, Brahmins, until such time as the Lord takes his incarnation as Bhagwan Sri Krishna Chandra, you will have to remain in the hell known as Kumbhipak. This is because my word is absolute and cannot be changed. You have to understand this. After this, you will take birth on earth during Kali Yuga. All my words will come to pass. And to come out of my curse, you must worship Bhagawati Jagadamba. Vyasji says, Rajan, Muni Gautam bid farewell to the Brahmins and returned to his ashram with the calming thought that this was all the effect of destiny. Rajan, thus after the advent of Sri Krishna's incarnation, when Kali Yuga started, these Brahmins got their release from hell. All those who were under the curse were born into the Brahmin sect but without knowledge of the Trikal Sandhya, that is, morning, noon and evening prayers enjoined on Brahmins, and ignorant and insensitive to devotion to Gayatri. The effect of the curse was that they had no respect or belief in the Vedas, and they began false and fake teaching. They had no knowledge how to conduct Agnihotras, that is ceremonies, offering oblations to the consecrated fire, and other Satkarmas, that is religious rites, and were unable to chant Swadha, that is word uttered when making offering to the mains, or Swaha, when making an offering to a deity. There are so many Brahmins who do not even have an iota of knowledge or realization of the primordial creatrix of the universe, Bhagawati Jagadamba. In spite of being under a curse, they still continue to proclaim themselves as religious teachers and spread avidya, that is false knowledge. All such false gurus will be punished for misleading innocent seekers and will definitely go back to Kumbhipak hell. Therefore, O Rajan, it is imperative in every way possible to do Aradhana, that is worship of Bhagavati Chapter 12, Episodes 7 to 12. Manidweep, Abode of the Devi. On the request of Raja Janmejay, Vyasji describes the grandeur of Manidweep. Vyasji says, Rajan, now I will give you the precious description of Manidweep. This is the sacred and most divine abode of the creatrix of the universe, Adi Shakti Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari. Vyasji says, Rajan, we have heard of Sarvalok, which exists beyond Brahmalok. That is verily Manidweep, the sacred abode of Bhagavati Jagadamba. Of all the lokas, it is the most supreme and is therefore known as Sarvalok, that is all-pervading. Nowhere in the creation or beyond does there exist a better place. For the whole creation, this is the sole, protective umbrella, Chhatra Swarup. No worldly activities or entrapments can affect or influence it. Rajan, the whole Brahmand, that is created universe, exists within its shade. Rajan, this Manidweep is surrounded on all sides by a vast and bottomless ocean of nectar. Gentle breezes from Pavan, that is wind god, ripple the ocean, and gem-like gleaming fish and shells of all shapes and sizes live in this ocean. Big waves break on the shores in colorful sprays. Graceful boats, flying colorful flags, glide over this Sudhasagar, that is ambrosial water. The ocean is bordered with ornamental trees bearing precious gems. Rising to the skies are lofty walls made of gleaming metal. They are 7 yojans long. Here reside the guardians, bearing all variety of weapons, accomplished in the art of defense and war, and learned in all the forms of knowledge and spirituality. Here the atmosphere of peace and joy prevails. This Parkota, that is quadrangle, has 4 doors. Inside this fort reside the Ganas who have unbounded loyalty and reverence for the Devi. When the gods come for darshan of Bhagavati Jagadamba, their Ganas are housed in this place. Their Vahanas and vehicles are kept there, and there is an air of movement and sound always in this place. It is dotted with lakes and streams of sweet, clear water and surrounded by beautiful gardens of jewel-laden trees. Beyond this is a bronze Parkota, that is rampart, which is huge. Its shikhar, that is peak, touches the sky. It is 100 times more brilliant than the glow of the previous tower. There is no tree or plant in existence that does not grow in this garden. Every tree is laden with fragrant flowers and delicious fruits. Not a single tree is bare. The trees drip nectar in the salubrious surroundings of cuckoo songs and the droning of bumblebees. Birds of all seasons nest in these trees. The trees are nourished by life-giving rivers and are always swaying under the weight of twittering birds like doves, parakeets, and swans. After this bronze quadrangle is the quadrangle with walls made of copper. They are 100 yojans high. In the center of this quadrangle stands the beautiful Vatika, that is tree Kalpavriksha. Rajan, the flowers of this tree shine like gold, and so also the leaves. The fruits and seeds are like gemstones. The fragrance is wafted on the breeze for a distance of 10 yojans in all directions. It is always spring in these gardens. Under a canopy of flowers sits Vasant Ritu, that is god of spring, and his two consorts Madhushri and Madhavshri. Their faces are as beautiful as Kamadev's, and they play with a ball made of flowers. Streams of honey pour out of the tree. The perfume-laden breeze spreads for 10 yojans, and the Cupid-like Gandharvas, accompanied by their wives, also enjoy the garden. After this is the glass Parkota, that is rampart. It is 7 yojans tall. In the center of this Parkota is a tree called Santan. The fragrance of its flowers spread for 10 yojans. It is always in full bloom with golden flowers, and its fruits are as sweet as honey. Rajan, the ruler of this tree is Grishma Ritu, that is god of summer, and his two consorts Shukrashri and Shuchishri. All the Siddhas and Devatas rest under the shade of this tree. Rajan, beyond this is the quadrangle made of shining brass. In the middle is the tree called Malaigiri Vrikshvatika. Varsha Ritu, that is rain god, who reigns over the clouds, presides over this garden. The color of his eyes is Pingal Varan, that is tawny, and he is covered with a garment of clouds. Lightning and thunder are his voice, and the rainbow is his weapon. It is his nature to rain thousands of droplets of life-giving water. Varsha Ritu has 12 Shaktis called Nabhashri, Nabhasyashri, Swarasya, Rasyamalini, Ambadula, Niratni, Abhramanti, Meghayantika, Varshayanti, Chibunika, Varidhara, and Sammata. This place is always full of new leaves and delicate creepers and fast-flowing rivers and streams. This place is occupied by Punyatmas who are constantly engaged in making Vapi, Khoop and Tadag, that is water pots and wells, as offerings to the Devi. The next Parkota is made of Panchaloha, that is 5 metals. It is 7 yojans long. In the middle of this stands the sacred Mandar tree. The holy Sharad Ritu, that is god of autumn, presides over this forest with his 2 deers, Ishu Lakshmi and Urja Lakshmi. This is the abode of many Siddha Purush with their wives. The 7th Parkota is made of silver and is 7 yojans long. This huge turret adds to the beauty of the place. In the middle is a garden of the most divine and fragrant Parijat. These flowers that are used for Devi Yagya spread their perfume for a distance of 10 yojans. Hemant Ritu, that is god of winter, is the presiding deity. It is his nature to give happiness and love. His 2 Shaktis are Sahashri and Sahasyashri. After the silver comes the 8th Parkota made of shimmering gold. It is called Suvarnashal. It is 7 yojans long. In the center is a beautiful Vatika called Kadam. It is covered with fragrant flowers and tender new leaves. The presiding Devata is Shishir Ritu, that is cold season, and his consorts are Tapashri and Tapasyashri. This abode is granted to those Siddha Purushas who have pleased the Devi with their generosity and virtuous acts. Beyond this Hiranyamay Prakar, that is golden quadrangle, there is the 7 yojan long Prakar which has the kumkum color of the morning sun because it is made of Pushparaj mani, that is topaz. Everything from earth to garden to forest appears like Pushparaj, that is topaz. The gemstone of which the prakar is made has also been used to form the trees, earth, water, canopy, pillars, lakes and lotuses. Not only that, but even inside, everything is made of Pushparaj mani, that is topaz. Rajan, this is the most inadequate description. Each one is better in excellence and beauty than the one before. Indra and all the Dikpals, that is, guardian deities of the different quarters, stand in attention holding their weapons in their hands. On the eastern side of this Manidweep, that is, island of emeralds and rubies, lies Amaravati Puri. It is the residence of Lord Indra and 100 times more beautiful. Here presides Indra, mounted on Airavat, that is Indra's chief elephant which came out of the churning of the ocean, holding the thunderbolt in his hand and surrounded by the gods. Beside him is his consort Devi Shachi, decked with ornaments and surrounded by her attendants. Rajan, in the Agni cone, that is southeastern quarter of Manidweep, like the glowing Agni is Vahni Puri. Agni Dev, that is god of fire, presides here with his Shaktis Swaha and Swada. On the south side of Manidweep lies Yamraj Puri. Together with Chitragupt and other ministers, and surrounded by his attendants, is seated Yamraj, god of death, holding a rod in his hand. This is the residence of Suryanandan, that is, son of the sun god Yamraj. Nairitya Cone, southwestern quarter, is known as Rakshas Puri, that is, abode of the demons. Holding the khadga in his hand, Nirtriti resides here with his Shaktis and his demons. On the west side is the residence of Varuna, that is god of the waters, who holds a pash, that is noose. Mahan Matsya, that is, the great fish, is his vehicle. He presides with his Shakti, Varunani and his Ganas. In the northwest side of Manidweep is Vayulok, residence of Vayu, wind god. Excelling in pranayam and surrounded by Siddhi yogis, Vayu is sitting on a deer and holds a pendant in his hand and is always surrounded by Marudgans. Rajan, in the north of Manidweep is the Loka of Yakshas, that is, abode of demigods in attendance on Kuber. Their master, Kuber, that is, treasurer of the gods, presides with Riddhi and Vriddhi. He is surrounded by an army of Yakshas, including Manibhadra, Purnabhadra, Maniman, Manikandan, Manibhushan, Manimali, and Manidhanurdhan. In the Ishan cone, that is northeast quarter of Manidweep, stands Rudralok, where the bejeweled Rudra, that is 11 inferior manifestations of Shiva, presides. His face expresses anger and his glittering eyes are red. He has a tarkas, that is quiver, tied to his back and a tightly strung bow in his hand. In his other hand, he holds the trident. Surrounding him are countless, identical Rudras, some with 10 hands, some with 100 hands, and others with 1,000 hands. Some Rudras have 10 legs, 10 necks, and some have 3 eyes. Surrounded by all these Rudras stands the majestic Bhagwan Shankar. Also residing here are crores of Rudranis, Bhadrakali, and other Matrika Gans. Also in attendance are Damri, Veerabhadra, and other Ganas. He wears a garland of skulls and on his hand a snake bracelet, on his shoulder a snake as a sacred thread, that is, Sarpamai Yagyopavit. On his upper body tiger skin and his lower body draped in elephant hide. His entire body is smeared with ash from the pyres. Pramat and other Ganas are never far from him. The deafening sound of his damru radiates in all directions. He is always surrounded. Being the ruler of the Ishan direction, he is also known as Ishan. Vyasji says, Rajan, beyond this is the Parkota, red like kumkum, made of Padmaragmani, that is ruby. In the middle is a structure made of the same gem, which is 10 yojans long and is surmounted by a beautiful dome. Hundreds of canopies are supported by columns made of Padmaragmani gems. Under these canopies stand 64 kalas, that is, divisions presided over by minor deities, richly jewelled and ornamented and bearing all kinds of weapons. Each kala is the ruler of her own domain. These kalas preside there, complete with their attendants and vahanas, that is, conveyance. Janmejay, I will tell you the names of these kalas. Pingalakshi, Vishalakshi, Samriddhi, Vriddhi, Shraddha, Swaha, Swadha, Abhikya, Maya, Sanghya, Vasundhara, Trilokadhari, Savitri, Gayatri, Trideshwari, Surupa, Bahurupa, Skandamata, Achyutapriya, Vimala, Amala, Aruni, Aroni, Prakriti, Vikriti, Shrishti, Stithi, Sanhriti, Mata, Sandhya, Param Sadvihansi, Mandika, Vajrika, Devamata, Bhagawati, Devaki, Kamalasana, Trimukhi, Saptamukhi, Surasur Vimardini, Lambhoshti, Urdhvakeshi, Bahushirsha, Vrikodari, Ratreka, Seshireka, Gaganvega, Pavanvega, Madanatura, Ananga, Anangamathana, Snangamekhala, Anangakusuma, Vishwarupa, Suratika, Shayankari, Shakti, Akshobhya, Satyavadini, Bahurupa, Shrichivrata, Udara, and Vageshi. These are known as the 64 Kalas. They all have darting tongues, that is, Prajwalit Jivha, and fire flares from their mouths. When they gnash their teeth in anger, the sound is deafening. Each Kala possesses 100 Akshovini Sena who can devour thousands of Brahmans. I cannot fully describe their valor and prowess. This Parkota is full of their weapons and countless chariots, horses, elephants, and infantry. Rajan, further away is a majestic prahar made entirely of Gomed Ratna, that is red onyx. The rare portion is of the same gourmet gemstone as also the birds, trees, columns, wells and lakes. Everything is red like the color of kumkum. 32 great Shaktis reside here. They are decked with jewels made of the same gems and hold weapons in their hands. Their faces are frightening like those of female demons. Their slogan is, cut them, crush them, riddle them with holes and burn them to ashes. Every one of them is sufficient to destroy 1,00,000 Brahmans, universes. All the weapons and equipment of war of Bhagavati Jagadamba are kept in this prahar. This is the Antarang Sena, that is personal army of Bhagavati. Now I will enumerate the negativity destroying names. Vidya, Hreem, Pushti, Pragya, Sinivali, Kuhu, Rudra, Virya, Prabha, Ananda, Pashini, Riddhida, Kalaratri, Maharatri, Bhadrakali, Kapardini, Vikriti, Dandini, Mundani, Sendukhand, Shikhandini, Nishumbha Mathini, Mahishasura Mardini, Indrani, Rudrani, Shankarardha Sharirini, Nari, Narayani, Trishulini, Palini, Ambika and Hladini. These are 32 important names of the Shakti. If these Devis get angry, there will be instantaneous destruction of the creation. They can never ever be defeated. The next prakar is made of diamond. The dome and doors are made of diamond and fastened with bolt and chains. All the structures, the roads, crossroads, gardens, trees, birds are made of dazzling, brilliant diamonds. Shri Bhagavati Bhuvaneshwari's maids reside here together with thousands of attendants. The maids are always engaged in works of art, decorating the lotus feet and adorning the Devi with ornaments. Others are experts in flower decoration or entertainments. The Shaktis are known as the Dutis of the Devi. These are their names: Anangarupa, Anangamadana, Sundari, Madanatura, Bhuvanavega, Bhuvanpalika, Sarvashishira, Anangavedana and Anangamekhala. Their persons shine with the brilliance of lightning. They wear waist ornaments made of many chains and anklets with tingling bells. All their vahanas are also housed in this prakar. After this is the prakar made of Vaidurya Mani, that is lapis lazuli. It is 10 yojans long and has domes and many doors. Here also, every building, street, crossroad, rajmarg, tank, well, and banks of the rivers are all made of Vaidurya Mani gemstones. In various places, groups of Brahmi and other Devis can be seen surrounded by their ganas. Brahmi, Maheshwari, Kaumari, Vaishnavi, Varahi, Indrani and Chamunda are known as Saptamatrika, that is 7 goddesses. The 8th Matrika's name is Mahalakshmi. They are the cause of benevolence and auspiciousness in the world and are in the same form as Brahma, Rudra and other gods. Rajan, at all 4 Mahadwars, that is main entrances, are standing in readiness, decorated and caparisoned vahanas and chariots flying colorful pennants and flags. Crores of vehicles bearing different crests and colors also stand in readiness. The array is beautiful and awesome. Beyond the Vaiduryamani Prakar is the Prakar made of Indraneelamani gemstone, that is sapphire. It is 10 yojans tall and is exquisite. Everything is made of Indraneelamani, that is sapphire gemstone. It is said that in the middle is a lotus which has a diameter of many yojans. It is made of Indraneelamani, and the dazzling lotus looks like a 16-pointed Sudarshan chakra. It bears the thrones of the 16 Shaktis. I will tell you their names: Karali, Vikarali, Uma, Saraswati, Shri, Durga, Usha, Lakshmi, Shruti, Smriti, Dhriti, Shraddha, Medha, Mati, Kanti and Arya. They are blue in color like rain-filled clouds. They bear sword and shield in their hands. They are the warriors of the goddess Shri Devi. Drawing their energy from Bhagawati Jagadamba, they complete their work of getting rid of Brahman with negative forces, and even the 1,000-headed Sheshnag finds himself inadequate to praise their strength and valor. Rajan, after this is a vast mukta, that is pearl prakar, which is 10 yojans tall. In the middle is an 8-petal lotus. Studded with pearls and other precious stones, this lotus is full of kesar, that is, stamens of the saffron flower. On the 8 petals are seated goddesses resembling Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari holding weapons in their hands. They are constantly engaged in conveying news of the world, and these 8 Devis are called informers of the Bhagavati. They are conscious of every requirement of Bhagawati Jagadamba, and they are aware of all the happenings in the cosmos. Their main function is to gather intelligence of all actions of all living beings in the created universe. Rajendra, their names are like this: Ananga Kusuma, Ananga Kusumatura, Ananga Madana, Ananga Madanatura, Bhuvan Pala, Gaganavega, Shashireka and Gaganrekha. They are of red color and bear in their hands noose, ankush, that is prod with hook, and varat and abhay mudras, which are postures of granting boons and protection. Next to this is a prakar made of the Mahamarkat money, that is emerald. It is 10 yojans wide and is the most important and impressive of all. It contains auspicious items and delicious eatables. Inside this lies the immense Sri Chakra, that is 6-cornered mystical diagram of Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari. I will tell you the names of the deities seated in the 6 corners of this star. In Purvakon, that is eastern corner, is seated Chaturmukh, that is 4-faced Brahma, and his Shakti Bhagawati Gayatri. He is holding Kamandal, that is pot, Akshay Sutra, that is rosary, Abhay Mudra Dand, that is staff of protection and a royal weapon. The Vedas and Shastras are present in divine forms. The Smritis and Puran have also assumed divine forms and are present. In Nairitya Kon, that is southwestern corner, is situated Bhagawati Savitri holding conch, chakra, mace and lotus. Bhagwan Vishnu is also in similar form. Matsya, that is fish, Kurma, that is tortoise, and other incarnations of Lord Vishnu have also been provided seeds. In Vayavya Kon, that is northwestern corner, presides the great Rudra bearing in his hand axe, rosary, and postures of granting protection and boons. In this area is also seated Bhagawati Saraswati in the same form. Rajan, Dakshina Murti, and all other Rudras which are his forms are present, and Gauri and all other forms of Parvati are also present here. 64 kinds of prophets and prophecies, that is, Agam and Agam Shastras, have assumed form and are there present. In Agni Kon, that is southeastern quarter, is seated Kuber, god of wealth, holding in his hands the jewelled kalash and ornaments. He is accompanied by many kinds of riches and wealth and Mahalakshmis. Full of virtues and grace, Kuber is the keeper of the wealth and possessions of Bhagavati Jagadamba. In the Mahan Kon, which belongs to Varun, god of oceans, sits Kamadev with his Shakti Rati. He holds in his hands noose, gourd, bow and arrows. All the adornments and ornaments have taken form and are present. In Ishan Kon, that is northeastern corner, sits Vignanasha, remover of obstacles, Sri Ganesha, with Devi Pushtihi. He is holding noose and gourd. All the dignified qualities of Ganesha have assumed majestic and glorious forms and are present. Rajan, the aggregate of all forms of Brahma, etc., from all the created Brahmans, manifest as Brahma and are always in attendance on Bhagavati Jagadishwari. Further on is a 100 yojan wide Pravalka, that is rampart, which is as red as Kumkum. Within this Prakar reside the Panchabhutas, that is 5 elements with their Shaktis, Hridleka, Gagana, Rakta, Karalika, and Mahochushma. They bear the Pash, Ankush, and Abhay Mudras. Rajan, beyond this is a vast Prakar made of Navaratna, that is 9 gems. Skilled in the science of the future and having the name Amraya, gods and bhavans exist there. Rajan, all the forms of Shri Devi exist here. All the forms of Mahavidya also reside here. The governing deities of the 7 crore Mahamantras also have a place here. After this is a vast temple formed of Chintamani, which is a fabulous gem supposed to yield anything desired. It has thousands of pillars covered with brilliant gemstones which dazzle the eyes. Chapter 12, Description of Manidweep continues. Vyasji says, Rajan, right in the center of all this stands the Bhavan of Bhagavati Jagadamba. It has 4 mandaps, that is domes and pavilions. Every mandap is supported by 1,000 pillars. The first is the Shringar Mandap, the second Mukti Mandap, the third Jnana Mandap, and the fourth Ekant Mandap. These mandaps shine with the brilliance of crores of suns. They are surrounded by gardens of Kesar, Mallika, and Kund flower bearing plants. These groves are filled with celestial bumblebees intoxicated with the overpowering fragrance of the flowers. On all sides of the 4 mandaps are Mahapadmavatis, that is marigolds. They are filled with the nectar and the bumblebees are hovering over them. Graceful swans fill the lakes. The whole atmosphere is laden with fragrance. Within the first Shringar Mandap is a Singhasan and seated on it is the Devi. The gods of entertainment and the Apsaras sing and dance for Bhagawati Jagadamba. In Mukti Mandap is seated the auspicious Bhagawati Shiva who grants Mukti to all her Bhaktas. Rajan, the 3rd Mandap is called Jnana Mandap and the Devi seated on this Singhasan gives Nirmal Vidya. In the 4th Mandap, called Ekant Mandap, Bhagawati Jagadamba sits with Anankusuma and other Shaktis and works out the preservation of the universe. Rajan, Chintamani Griha is the prime place of the Devi. Here presides Moola Prakriti Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari with her 10 Shaktis. This is the most majestic throne. Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra and Ishwar form the 4 legs of this seat. Sadashiva is the Patash, that is canopy, and right on top is stationed Bhuvaneshwar. Before the creation, Bhuvaneshwar divided into 2. The right part became Bhagwan Bhuvaneshwar and the left part became Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari. He is also called Sadashiva. This Maheshwar has the beauty of 1 crore Kamadevs. He has 5 faces and 3 eyes. He is decorated with Chintamani and in his hands he holds the sun, Abhay and Varamudras and axe. This Mahadeveshwar who rules over all is ever youthful and looks 16 years old. He shines like a crore of suns and is Sheetal, that is cool, as a crore of moons. On his left side resides Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari. She is wearing a waist ornament made of Navaratna, that is 9 gems. On her arms are bands made of beaten gold and Vaidurya money, that is lapis lazuli. Her earrings are in the form of Sri Chakra. On her forehead is set the 4-day-old moon. Her lips are redder than the bimba fruit and her teeth are like precious pearls. On her shining forehead sits a tilak of kumkum and kasturi, that is musk. On her head is a jewel-studded crown outshining the sun and the moon. Her nose ornament is the resplendent evening star, that is Shukratara. Strings of iridescent pearls form her necklaces. Fragrant paste of sandal, kapur, that is camphor, and kumkum has been applied to her divine body. A row of curls surrounds her lotus-like face and the bumblebees are droning around her. The ripples of the Ganga get their beauty from her belly. Her fingers are bejeweled with rings. On her lotus face, she bears 3 eyes which shine with the luster of diamonds and rubies. She also wears gem-studded kangans, that is bracelets, and a waistband with tiny bells. A gleam of pearls and the dazzling brilliance of gems comes from her lotus feet. Her lotus feet are beautiful with toe rings. From her gem-encrusted bodice radiates light in all directions. The sweet perfume of Mallika, that is jasmine, and the tingling of tiny bells from her decorated hair has attracted the bumblebees. She appears to be weighted down by her ornaments and her heavy breast, and Bhagavati Shiva looks tired. In her 4 hands, she is holding Pash, Ankush, Abhay and Varmudras. She is the embodiment of youth and beauty beyond description and unbounded compassion. Her own sweet voice has rendered the notes of the veena ineffective. She is constantly surrounded by attendants, handmaidens, wives of gods, and assemblies of gods. She is the one with Ichha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, and Kriya Shakti. Lajja, Tushti, Pushti, Kirti, Kanti, Kshama, Daya, Buddhi, Medha have all assumed forms and are seated in her presence. Also in attendance are the 9 Peeth Shaktis, Jaya, Vijaya, Ajita, Aparajita, Nitya, Vilasini, Dogdhi, Aghora and Amangala. Also present are Shankanidhi and Padmanidhi. The rivers Navratnavaha, Kanchansrava and Saptadhatuva owe their source to these nidhis. All these rivers are flowing into Sudha Sindhu. This most powerful Bhagavati Bhuvaneshwari resides in the left side of Mahabhag Bhuvaneshwar. It is by this presence of hers that Bhuvaneshwar can manifest as Almighty. This is the absolute truth. Rajan, now hear about this Chintamani Griha. This vast bhavan is 1000 yojans wide and 1000 yojans long. On its northern side, there are many lofty prakars. This north prakar is double the size of the eastern prakar. This Manidweep of the Devi is not on the earth but in Antariksh Lok, that is, celestial region beyond atmosphere. It cannot be dissolved during Pralay Kal, that is dissolution of the universe, nor does it come into existence during the creation. But here also, there is constant contraction and expansion as in the evolutionary process. All the paralokas that are in existence get their stimulus from Chintamani Griha. It is this grand and auspicious Bhavya Bhavan that is the residence of Bhagavati Mahamaya. Rajan, all the bhaktas of Shri Devi from all the Brahmans, that is universes and galaxies, Devalok, Nagalok and Manushyalok come to this place to worship her. Those who renounce even their lives in the worship of the Devi go to a place where Devi Mahotsava resides. There flow thousands of rivers of ghee, milk, curd, honey, nectar, grape juice, rose apple juice and mango juice. All varieties of fruit-bearing trees provide nectar-like fruits. In Manidweep, no one gets sick nor does old age touch them. That sacred place is devoid of worry, stress, anger, lust and greed. Everyone is youthful in the sacred state of marriage and glowing like 1,000 suns. Bhagavati Shri Bhuvaneshwari presides here and grants Samipya and Salokya, that is proximity and salvation. Many get Sarupya, that is likeness, and the chosen few get dissolved into divinity, that is Sashtata. Devatas from all Brahmans reside there in worship of the Devi Jagadishwari. 7 crores of Mahamantras take form and perform Aradhanas to the Devi. In Samyavastha, that is appearance, Devi Shiva is caused to manifest as Brahma Swarupa. All the Mahavidyas are present in her service. Rajan, I have given you the complete description of the resplendent Manidweep. Even a crore of suns and moons pales before the dazzling glory of Manidweep. Some parts are made of Markat Mani, gem, which is emerald. Some glitter like lightning, others are made of Indraneel Mani, one of the 9 celestial gems, which is sapphire, and some glow like molten gold. Other parts are studded with Chandrakanta Mani, that is moonstone, and Suryakanta Mani, which is jasper. The gardens are filled with trees bearing beautiful fragrant flowers. Peacocks dance and pigeons coo. The sweet notes of the cuckoo and the songs of the parrot are the sounds pervading the gardens. This place has countless lakes filled with gem-like lotuses which make the air sweetly fragrant. The entire sky is alight with the radiance of Manidweep, and sparks from myriad gems twinkle all over. Rajan, this is the destination of all beauty, ornamentation, decoration, knowledge, brilliance, good qualities, valor, bravery and compassion. All the joys from kingship to Brahmalok exist here. Just by putting attention on Manidweep, all sins get neutralized. At the time of death, if one remembers Manidweep, his soul reaches Manidweep. One who faithfully reads this description is protected from bhoots, prets and pishachas. For auspiciousness, when building a new house and during performance of puja of Vastudeva, this should be read. Chapter 12 Praise and description of Manidweep continues. Vyasji says, O sinless one, whatever you wanted to hear, I have told you. The 8th chapter till the end contains what Bhagwan Narayan narrated to Mahatma Narada. This Puran of Bhagawati Mahadevi is without parallel. Anyone who hears this becomes complete. Rajendra, for the benevolence of yourself and your father, you must perform Devi Yagya. First of all, it is imperative for you to take Deeksha of the most superior and paramount mantra. The receiving of this mantra with proper protocol fulfills the purpose and meaning of life. Suji says, O Shaunak and other rishis, after hearing the words of Vedavyas, Raja Janmejay prepared himself and received with proper protocol the Pranav mantra of the Devi. Then on the occasion of Navratri, he invited Dhaumya and other munis and hosted the Amba Yagya of the Devi. He lavished gifts on all the Brahmins who came to participate in the Yagya and to those who read the Mahapuran Srimad Devi Bhagavath. Food was served to Brahmins, Suhagan ladies, that is, ladies whose husband is alive, unmarried girls, and Brahmacharis. Orphans and poor were also fed. Everyone was overwhelmed with gifts from the king. After completing the Yagya, when Raja Janmejaya ascended the throne, Muni Narad arrived from heaven. Raja Janmejay was surprised to see him. He rose from his throne and offered the Muni the proper welcome with full protocol. Then he inquired after his well-being and asked the reason for his visit. Raja asked, Bhagwan, from which place have you come? Please tell me what I can do for you. I am honored by your visit. Muni Narad replied, Rajendra, I have just seen a most amazing thing in Devalok. I came here as soon as I could to tell you about it. Rajan, your father has acquired a divine body. He has mounted a grand chariot and left for Manidweep. This is the fruit of the worship of the Devi Bhagavath that has just been performed. By performing the Devi Yagya, you not only got Moksha for the soul of your father, but have fulfilled the purpose of your life. For this reason, your fame has spread all over Devlok. Sudji says, hearing these words of Naradji, the heart of Janmejay was filled with love. He prostrated at the feet of Vyasji and said, Bhagwan, it is by your grace that I was able to do this great work. Mahamuni, what can I give you except my most heartfelt thanks and humble namaskars? May you always be compassionate towards me. Vyasji blessed him and gave him this advice. Rajan, renounce everything and involve yourself completely in the worship of the lotus feet of Bhagawati Adishakti. With great care and devotion, it should become the only priority of your life to read and absorb Srimad Devi Bhagavath. Devote your life to the Amba Yagya. You should never ever become casual or lethargic in this most divine activity. As a fruit of this, you will get detachment from worldly involvements and attachments. This is the pure essence of all the Purans and Vedas. Janmejay, the blessings and benefits that you will get will be the same as from reading all the Vedas. After this, Vedavyas left. Only then did Muni Dhaumya and the other Munis leave. Long after, they continued to speak about the Srimad Devi Bhagavath that they had just completed. Raja Janmejay was very satisfied and started the process of renunciation. He spent all his time either reading or listening to the most divine Sri Devi Bhagavath. The Devi Bhagavath Puran Conclusion. Sudji says, O Rishis, the half shlok that emanated from the most divine, most beautiful lotus face of the Devi, Sarvam Kalvidamevaham Nanyadasti Sanatanam, has become Srimad Devi Bhagavath. This Puran is the actualization of the Vedas. This half shlok was uttered in the hearing of Vishnu, who in the form of a baby was floating on a banyan leaf in the ocean. Brahmaji was the very first to compose and explain 100 crores of shlokas on this half shloka. Later Vyasji, with the sole purpose of teaching it to Sukadevji, gathered the essence of it and arranged it in the form of 18,000 shlokas. He decorated them in 12 chapters and called this Puran Srimad Devi Bhagavath. It still exists in all its entirety in Devlok. There is no other Puran in existence which can equal this in purity and holiness and which grants punyas and deliverance from sins. One who reads each word with reverence and devotion gets the same fruits as performing an Ashwamedha Yagya. The person who accepts the position of reader of this most sacred Puran should be honored with new garments and gifts of wealth. He should be received, respected, and honored as if Vedavyas himself is reading the Puran to us. Mune, it is advised that one should either write this or engage someone to write it, and on the auspicious occasion of Bhadrapad Purnima, it should be placed on a golden singhasan and presented to the Purana Vetta, that is reader. As dakshina or offering of thanksgiving, one should present the embodiment of Vedavyas, a milch cow which has been garlanded and decorated with gold. After the completion of the reading, Brahmins should be offered food. One should also invite Suvasinis, that is Suhagan married ladies, youths, that is boys, and unmarried girls, giving them the respect due to a Devi. They should be offered new clothes and tasty food. They should be garlanded with sandal and flower malas. The fruit of these actions is the same as giving land in charity. It ensures passage of the soul to Devi Lok. For the person who continuously reads Devi Bhagavath, nothing is impossible. Even by listening to the reading of this Puran, the childless are blessed with children, the penniless get wealth, the students get enlightened, and so many other blessings are showered. Women who are infertile or have only one child are freed from the stigma of being barren. There is no doubt in this. The home in which this Puran is installed with great reverence, Lakshmi and Saraswati will always be in its vicinity and never leave. The house can never be affected by evil eye, that is drishti of Betal, Dakini or Rakshasas, that is goblins and demons. If there is contact with a person suffering from typhus, typhoid, yellow fever or any other febrile fever, one should carefully read this Puran and the infection will leave his house. Chanting of Ashriti Part 100 times rescues one from tuberculosis. The one who regularly reads this Puran receives Nirmal Vidya. During the Navaratri of Sharad Ritu, one must invariably read this Puran. Bhagawati Jagadamba becomes most pleased with such a person and showers her blessings on him. Mune, in a year, during the months of Ashad, Ashwin, Magh and Chaitra, at the time of Shukla Paksh, there are 4 Navratras. This is a most auspicious time to read the Devi Bhagavath. This Puran does not contain a single criticism or belittling of any living being. This is only about homage and worship because Bhagawati Jagadamba resides within all as Shakti Rupa. To please that Shakti, one should always read this holy Puran. It is a maryada for women and Shudras to listen to this reading from the mouth of a Brahmin, that is a realized soul. What I am telling you is the pure essence. O twice born ones, this most holy Mahapuran Devi Bhagavath is the essence of all the Vedas. Reading this is the same as having knowledge of all the Vedas. This is the absolute truth. I offer pranams to that Bhagavati Sachidananda Swarupini, who is also known as Bhagawati Gayatri, and who is verily Shri Bhagawati Jagadamba, Shri Adi Shakti. May she enlighten all the cells of our brain. The ascetic munis who spent all their days meditating in deep forests were so pleased with the narration of Sudji that they thanked him and blessed him with one voice. Everyone's heart was filled with joy. After drowning themselves in the ocean of pure knowledge by listening to this vast Puran, all their mundane doubts were put to rest. They begged Surji to forgive them for putting him to so much exertion in narrating to them this magnificent story. O great instrument, you were verily the boatman who took us across this ocean of worldly illusion. This Srimad Devi Bhagavath is the embodiment of all the Vedas. Throughout the reading, the group of Munis sat with folded hands and rapt attention. Again and again, they blessed him and thanked him. After this, Surji, who constantly hovers in the vicinity of the lotus feet of Bhagavati Jagadamba, arose and left. Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devyai Namo Namaha. The Devi Bhagavath Puran completed. The holy recital of Srimad Devi Bhagavath. Jai Shri Mataji.